TORC, the Off-Road Championship rumbles into the North Woods and the highly challenging dirt track at the Elk River Motor Park. Pro Light, Pro 2-Wheel, and Pro 4 make up three classes of earth-clawing mayhem, with drivers at the ready to stomp the throttle and tear up fresh tracks at ERX. Last year brought a steep learning curve for some, as the track was a new addition to the TORC series. But glory too for a privileged few. CJ swept the Pro 4 and Pro 2 classes, dominating as if the track were made for him. And homeboy, Andrew Carlson, took the inaugural ERX Pro Light race last year, bringing local bragging rights to the top step. This year, the first two rounds are in the record books, and the TORC cast of characters includes the usual suspects, but a few surprises as well. The Greaves, Johnny and CJ traded top-of-the-box honors at Chicagoland, splitting rounds 1 and 2 in Pro 4. But it looks like they'll have company on the podium as Keegan Kincaid elbowed his way between the father and son duo in round 2. And after a rough driving penalty against Brad Lovell, Eric Ruppel, a newcomer in Pro 2 this year, claimed the trophy in round 1. And Luke Johnson got the top spot in round 2. And the Pro Light saw Casey Curry and Kyle Kleiman each take a round in the Windy City. But today, it's all about ERX and the madness that's about to be unleashed as we get set for round number 3 of TORC, the Off-Road Championship, the Twin Cities Takedown. It's a beautiful and breezy day in the North Woods of Minnesota. Welcome to ERX Motor Park. I'm Robbie Floyd, joined by Supercross and motocross legend Grant Langston. GL, in 2016, this was a brand new track. Nobody had really seen it before, but in 2017, it's already the driver's favorite.
Well, I can see why. This place is not only gorgeous to be at, but it's a beautiful track. It's fast, it's flowing, a lot of elevation, camber, split lanes. It's got everything, not to mention it's also a lot different from rounds 1 and 2. Hopefully the drivers hit the setup. It's going to make for some great racing.
It looks totally different than Chicagoland, but you know, for one driver in particular, he did really well at Chicagoland, and I'm talking about in Pro 4-wheel drive, Keegan Kincaid. He finished his second, he finished his third, and he puts himself in between the Greaves boys in a brand new truck, and Kate Osborne's caught up with him.
Coming into ERX on a high, Keegan Kincaid after his 3-2 finish in Chicago. What were your expectations starting out your first Pro 4 season?
Oh, expectations were low being a new truck and being new to the Pro 4. I raced it before, but this being a whole new truck, manual transmission, we didn't know what to expect. We literally set the truck down on Thursday, the day before we left, and we just wanted to get out of there with 2 podiums, and to be able to get a second and a third, our expectations for this weekend are a lot higher. You know, we want to get this thing up on the top box, and it might take a couple races, but my crew's been working hard. You know, everybody's been behind me, pushing me, and it's just getting comfortable in the truck, and we'll be there battling with those guys before we know it.
Those guys being the Greaves family, he definitely was the one who separated the podium there at Chicago.
Thanks, Kate. And before we get to the racing on the beautiful summer day here in Minnesota, let's send it down to public address announcer, Mr. Scott Rain.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to round 3 of the 2017 the Off-Road Championship Series presented by AMSOIL. It's the Twin Cities Takedown. As we get ready for racing here this afternoon, will everyone at this time please rise as we recognize the presentation of colors. Today will be the Elk River American Legion. At this time, the Folds of Honor would like to present Rachel Hill, a member of the Minnesota Gold Star family, with a folded flag. The Folds of Honor provides educational scholarships to the families of fallen or disabled U.S. military, the heroes who stand guard over our freedom. Rachel Hill also, her husband died on July 28, 2010. Jeff's plane went down during a training mission, killing all 4 crew members on board. In a moment, she went from a military wife to a military widow and a single mother of a 3- and 5-year-old little boy. They then moved to Minnesota in 2014 and discovered the Folds of Honor Foundation, and she became a recipient, a grateful recipient to be chosen as a scholarship individual. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, in honor and in memory of those that did not make it home, the playing of taps. Race fans, at this time, please remain standing for our opening invocation this afternoon by Billy Sanderson.
Lord, we're grateful for those who have gone before us. We're thankful for the greatest military in the world. Lord, we're also grateful for this track. We're grateful for these racers. Lord, we just pray that this would be a safe day, that we would have fun, that the trucks would be fast, the drivers would be courageous, and that us as fans would be great spectators in one of the greatest sports, off-road racing. In your name we pray. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing. Gentlemen, please keep those hats removed as we're about to hear the greatest song in the world about the greatest country in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon our national anthem performed by Kim Woody.
On behalf of Woody's Racing, I'd like to thank all those who wear a uniform and who ever worn a uniform. Thank you for my freedom. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that start spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Ladies and gentlemen, Kim Woody. And now, let's go to the best words, the most famous words in all of motorsports. Let's go back to the Gold Star family member, Rachel Hill.
Go ahead and take the mic, and when you guys are ready, everybody start your
Everybody start your engines!
And everybody about to fire them up. You see them just off the track there, the Pro Stock UTVs lined up behind that Yamaha Pace vehicle, our Pace UTV, and this is a full field Grant Lakes. I mean, when you see them out there, I mean, it's a sight to see because the UTV industry has just got to be loving things right now.
Yeah, it's definitely the I think the fastest growing segment in off-road and especially in four-wheel racing. But in off-road, this has become, the grassroots, the feeder. These are the future guys going to be in Pro 2, Pro 4, even Pro Lights. And we've even seen some of the top guys stepping back, into one of these, coming out of a big 800-900 horsepower truck to go race these UTVs.
Yeah.
One of them, CJ Greaves, and I remember asking him about it, and he said, man, these things are so much fun. He goes, I absolutely love it. He goes, I think it makes you a better driver.
Yeah, and I think so too. And when I saw Johnny Greaves post something on Facebook and he was bringing his, I'm like, oh, it's Johnny. There goes CJ right there. I was like, is Johnny trying to say, maybe I need a little more track time? Because that's what I saw during the off season, was those guys having ice races, racing in creeks and stuff on frozen creeks during the winter time as well. So it looked like a closed course for that. But a battle of the brands. You've got Polaris, Yamaha, Can-Am out there going head-to-head, and a lot of bragging rights, pro stocks. If your vehicle came with a turbo, you would have to race it in modified, period. But other than that, I mean, the pro stocks can be, and oftentimes are, just as fast as the pro modifieds.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it is just carrying that momentum. If you can hold a pro stock wide open for most of the track, maybe in the mod class you're letting it off a little bit early, but be curious to see how this turns out. They've worked on the track. You can see they've thrown down some water. It's a little breezy out there, so that's creating the track to drive.
Water won't be there for long.
No. This is that little split lane section. You can see, well,
that's
even
the
on the
entrance
parade
and the
lap.
exit.
Yeah, even on the parade lap, they looking at their lines, splitting it up.
See, your favorite driver is working through our field. Zach Martin and Jake Lunderby on that front row. CJ Greaves, Kenny Mash on that second row. Look out for those. And CJ Greaves so far undefeated in 2017. That's him on the, can't tell if it's inside or outside, the way that they line up here. Both of those Yamahas, Mash as well as Greaves. But Greaves pretty much being uncontested as far as for wins are concerned this year. He's 2 for 2. And Johnny did bring his UTV, his father, but he is not racing. I mean, he's got another seat in there. He said he would give us a ride after the race was over. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah. I don't know if I'd make a good passenger with Johnny. I might be a little screaming girl out there, but I might have to get him to switch halfway.
All right, here we go. 14 laps for all of our pro classes today, and you see the leader will set the pace. That front row, and you'll see a flagger right there. Not the acceleration cones we're used to, and I do see green, so that means go. Everything is good, and time to get on it. And I asked if CJ was on the inside. That is him on that second row inside in the white and blue Yamaha.
Good start there from Martin. Got out clean. You see behind them, they're still 3 wide, trying to sort themselves out. So for Zach Martin, exactly how he would have started and up the inside. I thought that was...
Mash.
Yeah, he was going after CJ there. The vehicles look very similar, so from a distance, those Yamahas.
It is CJ that took the outer lane, I believe, that time. Yes, and you see the monster colors of him making a pass now into second place, but you still have Zach Martin out in front, the 918. One to look for in the pro stock division.
Well, that's good news, green flag. That means no one's laying upside down. So with all these guys on the opening lap, that is a little bit surprising. Look at this, CJ trying to go after Martin now. Martin doing the smart thing, closes the door. This track, look how wide it is.
CJ, some rotation issues there, having to saw the wheel. Not what he wants, some driver getting all the way to that outside.
That was Nash.
And those are all Yamahas that are out in front of this. I'm trying to find the first non-Yamaha in the field. Those top 4 for sure are.
Yeah, that turn before you saw Mash on the outside after CJ made a mistake. Mashing it up, well, mashing the barrier. Luckily, there's dirt pushed up against there, so it didn't do any damage as it appears right now.
Pretty darn even split, though. Did you notice that?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Those
a lot
guys.
of kick for those guys. This is the shortest wheelbase of all of our vehicles.
Well, it's the same thing. If you just don't quite get the right attitude of the car, it starts exaggerating up and down. Look at CJ crossing over now. Martin protecting that low line. Oh, leaves the door open.
He pushed.
He ran it in deep. CJ now has got the line. Has he got the drive?
Martin's going to have position on the inside still, a drag race, and Martin's going to be there. Watch CJ square it up. I don't think he's going to be able to cross under, no.
Nope. Martin did the
Great
smart
job
thing.
by Martin.
Yeah, he just put his car in the way and CJ wasn't able to swoop in and close that line. Now he's got to do it all over again. This part of the track, though, seems like Martin just pulls away a few UTV lengths over CJ, and he seems to be stronger after the finish line coming up to here.
Now 2 guys in the same skinny lane, and CJ's going to be on the inside there. Martin has to give him some room because he doesn't want to take himself out in that one. So that's the first time we had seen that. And CJ really wants that outside to square it up here at 8 makes. There was an aggressive pass.
There was
from the outside, but something's wrong with Martin. Something's wrong with that. I don't know if it's a shift, what was going on, but he lost power.
I think he also rolled off coming into those rollers because he looked like he almost was had the car upset before coming in. But you might be right because now, as they almost interlock wheels, but seems to have lost a little bit of pace.
Thomas has moved up as well. He started out in 7th in the 9:24. Anderson now into 2nd place. Anderson on the 9:52. Anderson's looking gamey though early on in this. And remember, after lap 7, we will have a competition caution at the halfway point. Lap times, let me see, around 57-second range. I think there were 58 earlier, so picking up the pace just a little bit, but the track is about as smooth as it's going to be right now.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why these guys have the luxury of picking which split lane they're going to go through. I mean, you ask a lot of the drivers, they'll tell you, I'm going to go where the guy in front of me doesn't. That was a nice move there, going around the outside. Nice work by Thomas. Oh,
pulling off. That's in the hot pit area, it looks like over there. So something happened to his UTV, trying to take care of it and get back out maybe and be able to race for the second half. Yeah, that Greaves, Anderson, Thomas, Martin, your top 4 that last time around. Lunderby in 5th, and Lunderby started in 2nd, so he's worked his way back through the field.
Yeah, he's the man on the move right now, as well as Pointed. He's made a few passes. CJ, man, this guy's been, I think the other drivers is probably starting to get frustrated already. He's just, we even saw in Chicago with a bad start, he was still able to find his way through, but through these rollers is where CJ is just phenomenal. The ex-motocross there, you can see it comes out, especially in the more motocross sections.
He still rides a time or two. Anderson back in 2nd, a little over 2 seconds behind on that 973 Yamaha. Martin last time around in the 918 was in 3rd. There's still only, we're at the 1/3 of this race has been complete, so still a lot of racing to come.
Lunderby now, he's closing up on the rear there of Martin, so this podium battle, I think it's going to heat up pretty soon.
That's a good line by Lunderby there.
Came in wide and left with he exited with more exit speed, but unable to drag him. Now let's see what happens. Are they both going to choose? No.
He was trying to get as close as he could and say, where are you going? Okay, I'm doing the opposite. Let's see how even it works. Because he was right on his back bumper. Right on Martin's back bumper. That's Lunderby in the yellow Yamaha. As we're looking at the... That was the same, this is the same battle, so a pass made, or the pass was not made by Martin, or Lunderby, excuse me. Martin able to hold that advantage through that split section. Another lap to complete. We're on lap 6 of 14. After lap 7, we will have the competition caution. So no matter how big of a lead, that 3-second advantage Greaves has over Anderson right now, it will be 0 when they start the second half of this race.
Well, that makes everyone else a little happier because right now he's fading in the distance from these guys. See, he's got a good line in there.
He can go try and find something as well with not any pressure behind him. He didn't need to push his Yamaha quite as hard as he might trying to work through the field. Still green flag, another lap to go before we'll see the yellow and red combination signifying halfway through and a competition caution. Unlike motocross, you'll see a cross flag or a white and a checkered, touching each other, forming a cross, signifying halfway through.
CJ just not really putting a foot wrong, but like you said, Robbie, without people putting pressure on, he can run his lines. And he's probably got a little extra in the tank if he needed it.
Yeah, Mash is the one that's dropped back. He started in 4th. He's back to 6th. Lunderby started 2nd. He's back to 4th. Anderson has made the most moves of those front runners. He was in 5th, now sitting in 2nd. But again, in 2nd, and there is that differential you see between C.J. Greaves right there and Anderson. Watch. You see this differential? Take a look at it, because it's no more. The second half of this race, he'll start nose to tail and right up on a close race there at the end. Poynton is also on the move now after dropping back, is up to 5th, and he was about a 1/10 of a second behind Lunderby. So watch out on the restart on the 9:29 of Poynton and how he can work his way up after dropping back early on. Step aside for a second, get back for the second half of the Pro Stock UTVs here at Elk River, Minnesota.
Comes to protecting your engine, AMSOIL offers the next level performance truck owners demand. AMSOIL provides 75% more engine protection against horsepower loss and wear than required by a leading industry standard, extending the life of pistons and cams. Give the vehicle you love the above and beyond fortification it deserves. AMSOIL, devoted to protection.
Cooper tires on the ground, go round and round, round and round, round and round. Tires on the car are warranty. And what you need, the tires on the car help keep you safe. They grip the road when you hit the brakes.
Your tires matter, so count on Cooper, an American company since 1914.
The tires on the ground go round and round.
Welcome back to ERX Motor Park. You see the Yamaha UTV Pace vehicle out in front, leading the field of the Pro Stock UTVs for C.J. Greaves is the leader for the first 7 laps. Can he lead the most important one? That will be lap number 14, or finish in front after lap number 14. Robbie Floyd, Grant Langston, Kate Osborne down trackside. If you're here live, you get to hear the sweet tone of Scott Rain as well as Brent Smith and Miss TORC, Tiffany Stone down there doing the awards presentation. Track looks perfect, and 90-degree day or 90-something degree day. The fans are out, a lot of them in the trees in there. New seating for ERX this year. An awesome job by the Carlson family, and Chris did an excellent job. New spotters tower. We're in a different location as well, but the track, they also brought in some clay, changing some of the consistency of that. Maybe not as deep and sandy as usual. Hillside seating, grandstand seating, and there's the new spotters area with race control in the middle. All right, we're starting the second half of the race. 9:33, C.J. Greaves. That Graves Yamaha starting things off and getting a good jump, trying to pull away from Anderson, Martin, Lunderby, and Poynton. Really, Poynton was the one to look back there in 5th. Let's see how he does. He's now putting the move on Lunderby, and he does. I thought he was the quickest of those guys towards the end. He already makes a pass.
Yeah, that was smooth right there. Oh, has he got it? These guys pushing hard.
Bumper, looks like bumper pull for Lunderby there. The first 4 or 5 drivers take that inside portion of the split. About 6th and beyond said, okay, I'll go ahead and try. And it looked pretty even the first half of the race, so I don't know why you wouldn't want to change things up just a little bit.
Yeah, well, but the other thing too is if most people are taking that inside, eventually it starts getting rutted and choppy, so then it may start making the outside line quicker or vice versa.
Anderson popped up and pushed wide just a little bit. He looks a little gamier. You think he might have been holding back a little bit in the first half?
He definitely looks like he's pushing the envelope right now. On that lap, at this point, I think CJ had a car length or 2 lead further. So yeah, Anderson really looking racy right now. He also looks comfortable. Don't see him, bicycling much or getting bucked through the whoops. Once again, top 4 use that inside.
Let's go to Kate Osborne. What you got, Kate?
Well, you guys, we're talking about C.J. Greaves, so people are maybe wondering, why is a Pro 2 and Pro 4 champion out running UTVs? Well, he says it is some of the most fun racing that he's ever had, and it's one of the fastest forms of motorsports that is growing right now. He says, why would he not want to get out and go run with these guys, especially here in the TORC series? He says, obviously, it's all about having fun, and as you can see right now, he's definitely out there having a lot of fun.
Yeah, why wouldn't you?
Yeah, winning is fun.
And it also lets you see the track, even though it'll be quite a while before he races in the Pro 4. It does give you a better feel of the track.
And how it's changing and how it's developing. Because, you know, they're constantly working on it with the CAT equipment, you know, redressing it, regrooming it. As you can imagine, those big trucks just absolutely destroy a track within one race.
Breaks down, but it's all part of the program. But yeah, the smaller wheelbase vehicles, and we'll see the Pro mods here in just a bit, have to work it, have to massage it a little bit. You can't power your way through it or it'll flip you over in a hurry. 973 of Anderson. I had him originally on my sheet as a 952, but I do believe that is Anderson still.
And he's in the hot pit.
What is going on? So he'll drop back. Poynton's now into third as well, so he might be the guy to look for anyway, because now he'll be into second. Let's see if he can make some ground on C.J. Greaves. Poynton in the 929 has now moved into third place. Dylan Poynton out of Littleton, Colorado. The Maxxis Yamaha, the Dragonfire, Maxxis Vickery Motorsports. Said that name a time or two in Amsoil Arena Cross on those Denver days. So there's CJ. Let's pull back and find out where second place is. The distance, now that Anderson has dropped off, it should be about 4 seconds, yep. And Martin closed in on Poynton, it looked like, too, in the background.
Yeah, so if Poynton could get around Martin and finish runner-up in this race, I think that's got to feel like a victory for him for coming from quite a ways back. 10 laps in the book. They start lap 11. For CJ, it's now just a matter of don't lose your concentration. You know, it's obviously very easy to not set up correctly in a turn and bicycle and go over. We see that quite a lot, especially in these UTVs. You see he's just arcing it in nice big arc, no aggressive motion as he
keep looking down the leaderboard. Kenny Mash back in 4th place, the first non-Yamaha. He's out of Midland, Texas on that Maxxis Can-Am, the Mash Motorsports Power Sports 1 nationwide trailer machine. But was Mash the one that pulled off early in the first half? Maybe he's now starting to develop a charge. We had one of our front runners pull off early. Not sure if it was Mash or not, but he's worked his way back inside that top 5. Lunderby in that 5th spot, was in 6th. Thinking about last year's race, Jason Luberg, who is in 7th place as it stands right now with 3 laps to go. Luberg took a win, as well as Corey Weller. Corey Weller not racing this year with us, but a couple of wins for those two.
Yeah, good job. I mean, it was the inaugural race. So for those guys, only one previous winner from last year. CJ looking to put his name on there. He's got his name in the Pro 2 and the Pro 4. He's undefeated here so far, and he's
trying to do it here.
Now he's going to add. Now he's going to add Pro stock to the resume.
If he can keep it going like he's going, because he's really not putting the wheel off at all. Closing in a little bit, those Poynton. And I mean, how much is that? Don't push. Don't push if you're that far out in front. Even if he makes a half a second a lap, it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, it's not enough. You just don't want the guy to get to your rear bumper where he could, make the last lap ditch effort.
Something.
Yeah, move you out of the way. We've seen that happen a time or two, especially on the last lap for a win.
Yeah, C.J. Greaves, a 2-time winner in 2017. Graves Motorsports, Method, Fox Impact, Yamalube, Yamaha Monster Energy 933. So he just has a small 9 in the 33. So he still has his number from the Pro 4 in there, kind of blended.
It looks good though. All these guys, if you notice, all running numbers starting in the 900s. So CJ obviously going with his typical 33, small 9, big 3.3.
And we'll see the Pro mods, and their number will start with the 800 range.
Oh, this little scrap getting interesting.
Oh, somebody lost something, ran over some 3-way. All right, that's gonna be ugly.
Oh,
and you don't want to let out of it. Now look at the inside. Is that a twofer? As we're down to the white flag, 1 more lap to go. I think whoever was on the inside might have got a twofer out of that deal. He did. Is that Lunderby now into 3rd? Lunderby's used to the big trucks and he's making it work in the UTVs, but he's way wide. I don't know if I'd give that much room to the inside on Kenny Mash. Is that Mash? Yeah, I think that's Mash in 4th.
Yep, and Martin in 5th now. So Martin he's going to be a little frustrated as this race has kind of gone away from him just a little bit.
He was in
Not a
third.
lot.
He was in third half a lap ago.
I mean, at one point he looked like, you know, he could have even gotten second with some of the issues for the other guys. No issues for this guy, CJ.
One more left-hand turn to go, and he's going to keep that perfect string intact. And there he goes, the 933 up the finish line. It takes the checker flag first in the Pro Stock UTVs and taking home his third win in 3 tries for 2017. Poynton's going to finish about 3 seconds behind in second. Lunderby, that pass going up to take the white flag from 5th to 3rd will be on top, or the 3rd place spot on that box. We'll be back to hear from our winners right after this.
When it comes to protecting your engine, AMSOIL offers the next level performance truck owners demand. AMSOIL provides 75% more engine protection against horsepower loss and wear than required by a leading industry standard, extending the life of pistons and cams. Give the vehicle you love the above and beyond fortification it deserves. AMSOIL, devoted to protection.
Cooper tires on the ground go round and round, round and round, round and round. Tires on the car are warranty. And what you need, the tires on the car help keep you safe. They grip the road when you hit the brakes.
Your tires matter. So count on Cooper, an American company since 1914.
The tires on the ground go round and round.
Welcome back to this beautiful afternoon, a toasty afternoon for the folks here in Minnesota. I'm from Texas, and it hadn't been this hot yet in the Lone Star State, but things are heating up here, and they just did in the Pro Stock UTVs as the top 3 are climbing out of their vehicles on Yamaha. The 933, there he is, a perfect season so far for CJ Greaves in that Maxxis Monster Energy 933. Kate Osborne's with him.
They have to do a little bit of celebrating. Jake Lunderby, this is a big, big moment for Jake and for the whole Greaves Motorsports. You know, CJ, not to take away from that win for you, which you were running really comfortably, but why as a teammate is it so important to see someone like Jake Lunderby do that?
You know, he's been working his butt off, and first race he came out and ended up wrecking most of his car, and they spent a full week. He works a day job, so at night he comes in and works on his car, and he's just been putting in a lot of work, so it's cool to see him finally pay off. And everyone from Yamaha, Monster Energy, Method Race Wheels, Fox Shocks, Blue Crew, Graves Exhaust, Luke at Beyond Redline, and them guys, they all put awesome equipment underneath us, and that's all we can ask for. So we come out here and do our best, and looks like we got 2 of our cars up on the box.
For you, I know that you looked like you were running comfortable out there, but this is also a track that it's really easy to make a mistake. How do you stay so cool, calm, and collected?
Yeah, you know, the split lane, the left lane just seemed to be a lot quicker. When I was chasing Martin in the beginning, I was trying to run the right, and he would get a car length on me just through the split lane. Then I could seem to get it back to the whoops. But so we all went to the bottom, and it got rough. Like, we were dragging frame through it. So it just really came down to, if you didn't make any really big mistakes, it was hard to lose a ton of time. So hats off to these guys, and ready to do it again tomorrow.
And Robbie, as you said, definitely good insight as he heads into Pro 4 here today.
As we take a look at the unofficial results, perfect season for Greaves continues. I'm impressed by second, third, though. Poynton didn't give up and only finishing 3 seconds behind, and he was really in Greaves' business for much of that second half. Mash worked his way up into 4th. Martin, Waz, Luberg, last year's winner in 7th. Mulder and Martin in the top 9 spots there. Let's go back down to Kate, and a great job by Poynton. I thought he had one heck of a drive, Kate.
Yeah, no doubt, a great drive. I mean, for you, Dylan, you had to work your way up. It's kind of a victory in and of itself to end up second here. Why is this so meaningful for you?
Absolutely. You know, we're still new to this UTV racing. We got a hard start in 9th place, and we worked our way up, and I'm so proud to be up here. It's awesome.
You can see that smile on his face, guys.
And improving each week as well, as Dylan Poynton started out with 7th in the first round, a 3rd in the second round, now 2nd place, so there's only one more to go.
Yeah,
to take the win. And speaking of that, let's take a look at those points as CJ Greaves, 25 points for a win, and you can see it's looking pretty good for him, but just behind him, still pretty tight. Mash still single-digit points behind in the 947. Don't count him out, but Martin, Poynton, only separated by a single point for third and fourth. But don't count out Jake Lunderby as well. He finishes 8 seconds behind, and yep, teammate to CJ Greaves. Kate?
Yeah, CJ just gave you some accolades there. Let's first start. Why is this podium so special for you?
Well, I was at Chicago and I had a little rough luck. Actually, the past 3 races I've been at, I've had some rough luck. Bent all my cars I've had since Charlotte, and I come here. We fixed it thanks to Kyle Greaves, and went out and qualifying, did pretty good, and came out here, had some fun battles, and here we are.
Now, he says he had some fun battles, but it wasn't necessarily fun in that UTV as you came in here saying you had some issues. What were they?
I overheated. I got past 300, and going in the hairpin, I lost my brakes about 4 laps to go, so it was a little tough.
A little tough indeed, but ending up third here in stock UTV.
Managed the vehicle. Like he talked about the bad luck starting off the season with the 19th in Chicagoland, and then round 2 came back with 9th, but this third place looks much better for Jake Lunderby. We'll see him later on as we take a look at the Caterpillar equipment, also brought to you by Ziegler, doing all the work here at ERX Motor Park, and we'll be back with more here at TORC, the Off-Road Championship, presented by AMSOIL.
Turo Trailblade Tires, the weapon of choice for wherever you want to go.
When it comes to guarding your engine, AMSOIL offers the next level performance enthusiasts demand. AMSOIL provides 75% more engine protection against horsepower loss and wear than required by a leading industry standard, extending the life of pistons and cams. Give the vehicle you love the above and beyond protection it deserves. AMSOIL, devoted to protection.
There's the Ziegler Cat equipment grooming the fine ERX Motor Park. Hard to get out of my mouth every time. I've called it Motor Pork, I don't know, about 10 times today as I describe this facility. And you look at that big launch jump there on the far side of the track. That thing, you can go as far or as big as you want to go, Grant. With the wind blowing into you at times, you might want to back her down and maybe scrub that thing a little bit.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. If you're accelerating going off and get that front end high, when they come out of that big sweeper, the jump, they go straight into it. We even heard Keegan Kincaid saying at times you can feel it getting a little more lift, and the problem is for these guys is the minute the front end comes up, they're basically staring at the sky.
Yeah, you can't
so
see the
you
track.
don't know you don't know where you're landing or who you might be landing on.
Even if you're, unless you're literally nose end down, you're not going to see the downside because the bottom just literally drops away on that. And we'll see more and more as we get in the bigger vehicles. Pro Mods coming up next, but Pro Stock, kind of what we thought it would be. I mean, there was some good racing behind CJ, but once CJ got in that lead, it was pretty much uncontested.
Yeah, I mean, one or two guys kind of showed they could run the speed maybe for a lap or two, but at the moment, CJ's just seems to be head and shoulders above everyone else in this Pro Stock class.
And a lot of them are Greaves prepared. You know, he talks about Lunderby being his teammate, and they're buddies, and they're around the shop with each other. But when Johnny Greaves, when he took on building these, he thought he maybe single digits, maybe 10, maybe 15, and he wound up doing like 24.
Yeah.
So I mean,
well, that's also because like we were saying, the growth in this series has just been quite remarkable. Just record numbers showing up.
Okay, social media, we want everybody to make sure, throw your hashtags. I think a hashtag TORC17 throughout the time. And always tune in. You can always look at TORCseries.com, but you're checking your phone all that. If you have questions or something they want to ask us, they need to be doing that.
Sure.
Today. At TORC Off-Road, always throw that in there as well if you're trying to follow it on Twitter or Instagram. Kate Osborne, I know you're the social media maven. What do you got?
Yeah, I am a social media queen, clearly. But make sure you do send us your questions. You know, we got the podium going on right behind us, and one of the coolest things about this series, guys, is that they want to interact with you. They want to answer your questions. And I know the guys in the booth there are quite modest, but we have some of the best of the best. With Grant Langston, this track is much of a moto track. That guy can answer some of your questions. And Robbie Floyd, I mean, you're a superstar in and of yourself. So.
Yeah, no. I'm
No
sitting
pun
next to a
intended.
superstar. I'm sitting next to one. He's the world champion motocross racer in Supercross, and I'm not.
But in reality, guys, make sure you find us on social media. Make sure you follow us for all the latest and greatest. We have behind-the-scenes videos and footage, content that you're not going to get on the telecast, some stories. It's a lot of fun, a lot of action on the TORCseries.com as well.
Yeah, and if there's something that maybe we didn't find out in there, what in the heck just happened on there? If there's some
They're
question,
cheering.
if there's a question you may have that we didn't touch upon, or maybe we don't even know that, or even think about asking it, and Kate had, like a certain time she could ask CJ off air and maybe come back with some of those answers for our fans watching on the webcast, TORCseries.com.
Tweet us.
Yeah. Tweet. Yep. At Torque Off Road. Ask us some questions, but Grant Pro Mod's about to fire up here in just a little bit, and I don't know why. I don't know that there's a good answer, because you would think Mod they would go faster, but a lot of times we saw in 2016, I think this may have been one, because we ran them as a combined class.
Yeah.
It was stocks were just as fast as the mods. I wonder why that is.
I think if you look at this track, for where I think maybe they'll gain a little bit in a straight line, they're also rolling off early into the turns, I think. So, you watch those guys in pro stock, they were driving, especially in the sweepers. Those guys were carrying their speed. CJ obviously a little bit better than everyone else doing that. Even through the whoops. I mean, you saw them through there, just phenomenal.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at it in the pro stock and how they went through those whoops, how they went through those sweepers. We started off with Zach Martin on the front row with Jake Lunderby. Lunderby would drop back a bit. But there's Martin getting passed by C.J. Greaves for a moment. But look, C.J. doesn't quite clear him, and Martin takes back over position. But here comes C.J. Bonsai move on the outside, catches that berm and just shoots across his nose.
A beautiful pass, well executed. This was his strong point, these rollers here. You see further back in the pack, guys jostling for position.
Jake Lunderby on that inside, the yellow Yamaha. Drop back a bit and work his way up. And watch this pass. Watch Lunderby on the inside. He's in fifth. No, he's not. He's in third.
That could have gotten very exciting there for a brief moment.
Yeah, that was not a fun time for third place. Drop back to fifth, but all smiles for C.J. Greaves in his perfect year so far. So you see him, and you see him, although he did pour some on Jake, he's pounding that Monster Water. It's hot out there today.
Yeah, it's hot. It's
we're inside this nice, cool trailer. You can't tell, and you see his hair and my hair blowing. Air conditioners, but it's still toasty in there, and the drivers feel it.
Yeah. I mean, Minnesota not always known for being one of the warmest parts of the U.S., but
in the summer it's usually perfect. But I mean, like I said, it's warmer
they've had
here
a bit
than
of
it is in Dallas, Texas right now.
They've had you see a little bubbly being sprayed. Boys are happy.
Who are they going after?
Yeah, I was going to say,
there's
who's getting
somebody
nailed?
they have pointed out, and
it's one of the crew.
Is it one of the Graves guys?
Yeah. Probably the guy that built the cars, the one getting doused with champagne in his eyes.
Heard the Graves doing the engine work and stuff, and you've seen them for years in the road racing side of things. It's good to see them in UTVs and certain things that they can do with these UTVs. Coming up next, the Pro Mods, and one of the riders or drivers, I have a hard time distinguishing whether, I guess it's a steering wheel. It'll always be a driver.
You're looking at a rider.
Yes, but Rodney Van Eperen, also part of that Greaves crew. Had a problem, had a mechanical, had something come off of his UTV early on at Chicago when he was in second place. He won the first round. That's another guy you can look for in the Pro Mod as well.
Yeah, I mean, obviously at round one, it's frustrating to have a mechanical, but a lot of times for these guys, that is typically when you will have your mechanicals. It's early in the season before you've ironed out all those little bugs. Because for a lot of these guys, it's new machines, new setup, new teams, maybe first time even racing in the series. So hopefully they got that sorted out. Obviously, you never want to see someone drop out with a mechanical.
A lot of first-time fans as well here watching, and that's a new area. That's where we were stand up just a moment ago, looking over our shoulder, but just kick back, relax on the hillside, and you can watch that split section and the guys heading up to the ramp and maybe catch a little glimpse of that launch. But also want to tell everybody about something that these fans may not know about, but that you at home are, because we've got, our Vision Bad Mofo Award. And if you were at Chicagoland or you get the Vision Mofo Award. And we've changed it now. I think you're eligible if you're in the Pro Light, Pro 2, and Pro 4. Now, how much cash are we talking here? $250 cash money, player. Check it out right there. Let me put that 10 in back, because it looks more money. But, yeah, they do it right. I mean, right there, you get the Bad Mofo wallet, and you've got the Twin Cities takedown. But we're going to be deciding between the Pro Light, Pro 2, and Pro 4, the Vision Wheels Bad Mofo Award. Who makes that? It doesn't have to be a winner. We saw before. It could be a guy that really had an excellent ride. Unbelievable. Jake Lunderby might have had our pass of the day so far, passing 2 people in one turn.
That was good.
Not eligible. It's got to be in Pro Light, Pro 2, or Pro 4. And you, the fans, you tell us who you think should be the winner of that, as the Pro Mod UTVs are now taking their sight lap, and we'll get things underway. 14-lap race for them as well, as we've talked about the Yamaha UTV Pace vehicle leading the fields for our UTVs, where we see the Toyota Escondido Pace truck a little later for the Lights 2s and 4s. Look at this track, though. Everything's done right. Nice chain link there, the K-rail.
Yeah, it's a pretty piece of property. They've done good work out here. Also, it's great for the fans. Like you said, this nice shaded area in the trees.
Right.
That
beverages abound.
Yeah.
You've seen one. There's one right over here. I should have pointed that out to you, but food, beverages, live bands playing.
I saw it.
You saw it.
I've even mapped out the quickest route to get there once I get out of this trailer.
The Pro Mod UTVs, 24 entries signed up for this one. Starting on that front row will be Tim Farr, and we expect him to be up front. Not only start up front, but to stay that way.
Yeah, Tim Farr, obviously, for those of you that don't know, former ATV, like motocross champion. So got the four-wheel experience, got the motocross experience, and then obviously went to the UTVs, and it's been a natural fit for him. He was fast at the opening rounds.
Yeah, points leader right now. He has 1 win on the season, he and Rodney Van Eperen. I wanted to see that battle with Tim and Rodney until Rodney, I think his throttle body, something happened with that throttle pulled off and pulled back, and he wasn't really able to compete. And Rodney Van Eperen got things sorted out, and he'll start back there a ways as I look. Looks like he'll start on the second row. There he is, right next to Kyle Cheney. Find your favorite driver. Again, there should be 24 lining up or around there. Guys like Kyle Cheney, Mitch Guthrie, Zach Simic, Reiner, Zakowski. Travis Pointer not having the year he had last year.
No.
The defending champion in the Pro Mod class. He's the only one able to run that number 1 on there. And Travis Pointer in the Pro Mods back. Man, where is he in points? Way back. Can't even find him.
Well, that's not good.
Not what I want to see. I'm trying to, I know he had a horrible, remember he had mechanical in the first time. Yeah, 13 and 8 puts him in 8th overall, and he was the points winner last year. He won Mod, and Corey Weller won the stock. So just like we saw in the stock class, the Mods will start off the same way, 2 by 2 all the way through the field. Some of those guys might even make it out of that turn before the race will start. Looking for the green flag. There it is. Time to go. Oh, what a... Did somebody forget to give it the gas?
Yeah. Who was on the outside of row 1? Was that...
It looks like Van Eperen's now moved his way into second. So, yeah, whoever was on the outside of 1, Farr and Schultz. Drew Schultz, 832. So there's Farr in the lead, Van Eperen in second. Looks like Kyle Cheney's now into third on that inside, all black, 891.
Big pile up there and going into turn 3. But right now it's, Tim Farr was one that got a great start, and
Drew Schultz, I don't know what happened to him on that start.
Yeah, I don't know if he just maybe was sleeping at the wheel or missed a shift or something, but definitely didn't get going fast. But anyway, into lap 1, Tim Farr out in front, Schultz in second, Van Eperen.
That's the way they started. That's Van Eperen in second, right there. Power Sports 1 is his dealership, and there goes Van Eperen, still taking that middle line, charged it in. Farr gave him that line. He said, okay, go ahead and take it if you want, but Farr was kind of going middle of the road. Wasn't going too high that you could run it in there, but wasn't going low enough that you could go around him.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of,
little cowboy Bronco action going there for Van Eperen.
Man, see the size of them. Feel those rocks starting to appear.
They brought in nice clean dirt, yeah, but the Tundra from underneath We see that in several of our stops. The rocks will work their way up through the winter. But they have done so much work to this track. 891 of Kyle Cheney, who's back there in third. He looks fast.
Yeah, he's hanging in there. Van Eperen looks really good at the moment. Now he's got a good drive. Puts him on the outside, but he's got a little more momentum. What's Farr going to do? Oh,
Yeah, it's shutting it down. Once he got even with him, he knew he could close Farr off, and then now you see Van Eperen take the line that he wanted to take all along. When he lost his ground, it was because he was on that outside earlier. Yellow flag. Is that a local yellow? As far as I know,
no.
Full course caution. I'm waiting to hear official word.
Oh, yep.
Yeah, it must be because they bring the safety vehicle out there. So full course caution, and when or where did it happen? Would they have to put somebody else back in a different position? Would Farr go back to the lead or not? Because he actually made that pass taking the checker flag, so they go back one lap, and that would be a full lap or not. It's going to be up to the USAC officials.
And don't ask us who that is. We'll have to wait. That is the 880.
890, I think that's Zach Zakowski, or is that 880?
It's 880.
Yep, 880.
You're losing us out there?
Have him on there? No, I thought it was the 90. I thought it was one of the guys.
Brad
So the difference
Sears.
between stock and modifieds is it looks like we're still seeing some smoke from there. Don't know what's going on if that's an overheating. But you see the more turbos, you're able to have more modifications, but they look very similar with more. Let's go to Kate Osborne.
Yeah, you're talking that these are generally faster than the stocks. That's because they can also change those engine and shock locations. But one thing that CJ Greaves was telling me earlier today, he says that these mods are actually faster than Pro 2s. They just don't look like they are. And I thought that was a really interesting fact about these mod UTVs.
All right, we're going to have to test that because right now we've seen the Pro mods at fastest lap of the race, 54.56. So what do we see earlier? 57s. So they are faster than the stock here for sure.
Well, yeah, high-speed track.
2 seconds, but to beat a Pro 2, man, I'm thinking you better get on the gas if you're gonna have a UTV beat you.
Yeah, because they're in the 40s. In the 40s, yeah.
We'll see.
They're sub 50.
We'll see. There's somebody out there, but they are fast.
Yes, they are.
The one in front, that's a stalker. That's our Yamaha Pace vehicle.
No, he's getting ready to go to Glamis.
Yeah, I know, dude. That's exactly what I think. One of the scariest places I've ever been is Glamis because you never know when that one dude's coming at you.
Well, I mean, we have obviously a dealership in California, and we sell a lot of those. And one of our biggest sellers is the flags and the whips because of the Glamis crowd. He's looking all fly. He's got his little flashing lights. See those rocks I was talking about?
Yeah.
They weren't there earlier. This is from them, the vehicles pitching sideways, digging down into the dirt, and then basically, like you said, yeah, pulling them up and spinning them out. But you get roosted by one of those, man, that could do some serious damage. You can potentially cause a mechanical DNF on a vehicle.
A physical DNF. I think it hits me, I'm going down.
Yeah.
And yeah, you see Farr ahead of Van Eperen, and that is the case because I don't think they were able to complete that lap, so they go back to the last previously completed lap. Rodney's going, man, I made the pass nice and smooth.
What a move. I have to make sure that was legal because it looked like the pass was done before the...
Who? Back?
I think that was Guthrie.
Oh, look at this three-way battle.
Oh, my goodness.
Cheney's the one getting in there on the black. This is going to be 4 wide. Van Eperen's trying to check out, but who's that on the inside of Guthrie?
I think that is Guthrie.
No, Guthrie's on the outside there. Guthrie's the 891. He's taking the outer split. It's the driver that's in second. Maybe that was Farr that just got pushed back. That was angry. He went on that inside and said, forget this.
The 891 Cheney.
Cheney, yep, he takes over second now.
But I think the 831, yeah, it was Guthrie that made a great start. He came...
You think he might have started a little too early?
Well, no, he laid back and got a great run, but correct me if I'm wrong, I think the rules apply. You can't physically make the pass before the green flag, and it looked like he may have, so...
Before that jump.
Yeah. But...
and everything's officially unofficial when you're talking with Grand Lakes and Robbie Floyd, and that's what the USAC officials have to determine. Might have been perfectly good and looking perfect out there right now is 8:45 for Rodney Van Efferen. Oh. Again, after that mechanical, somebody having to pull off a wheel change. Let's see how this is done. And that might be the cause of him dropping back. So unfortunately for Tim Farr, he moves back. The series points leader with 1 victory. He still has a chance. He wants to do it now. They need to have an electric ratchet on that thing, getting the tire off, because if he can still stay on this lead lap and go back out the second half of the race, every place counts, right? Because we still have the competition caution.
I think he just would have gone a lap down there though, right now.
And it was still too early with, being on lap 2
yeah,
of 14.
He couldn't have driven
it out.
Yeah,
he couldn't have made it 5 more laps and still made it in that. Let's go to Kate Osborne.
They're changing that left front tire. It was definitely flat. They have 3 team members right now trying to get Tim Farr back out on track. I can honestly say his look of determination to get back out there through his open face helmet there before it was shut was true look of determination.
Yeah, and
probably a little frustration.
Yeah.
When it's something like a flat, that's just frustrating because sometimes you might know why, and other times it's just like, oh, come on. Like, what happened? I took the same line.
Kyle Cheney in second place. Are we seeing what we saw in that first race where second just kind of watches the lines, doesn't hurt his vehicle any more than absolutely necessary, because we still have the second half of this race? I don't know.
Yeah, you can see the track also starting to change a little bit, starting to pack in a little bit. Typically the dirt out here is a little looser. They have brought in some clay. You can see in some of those turns, they kind of come in and the vehicle's pushing and sliding, and then they get onto the hard stuff underneath. As you take a look at the interval from
about a second and a half between first and second. There's
big
third, fourth, and fifth. They're battling
6th
it up.
and 7th and 8th,
Yes.
all the same shot. Great battle here. So this is far from settled.
That's Schultz. Schultz started back a ways. No, he started in second. He's the one that didn't get the good jump.
Yeah.
Just absolutely took a nap on the start, and that's cost him. But he's in third now, still in it. All right. We're going to see one of those bonsai moves to the inside.
Oh.
Still in a good position. 8:38 of Simic. He's on the outside. Oh, man, he would just love to make that downside and be able to turn it. Simic's on it. He's all over Schultz. That's a race for 3rd and 4th right now in the Pro Mod UTVs. There's the big launch jump you'll see the trucks flying off of here in just a bit.
Good defensive
Push.
driving.
A lot of push by Schultz. They're going to be too wide, but Simic's going to have more speed if he can hold this line. Watch this. Yeah, he's on the inside. Schultz had to let him go. He had to.
I don't know if there was so much landing there. They touched tires briefly.
He had to give him that full car. Because when you're turning left and you're on the outside,
you're the one you're going to go roly-poly.
It's going to be bad news. Lap 6 of 14 for Rodney Van Efferen leading.
He's actually leading comfortably. Just keeps stretching it out. Look at this. Just a touch of contact there.
It's about position, isn't it? Once he gets on the inside and you're on that outside and you've got a wall there, you say, okay, I think I'll back off right here.
Yeah, you don't want to be yesterday's news.
And that's Simic, who moved into 3rd place. Robbie Schultz, 4th, Sikowski in 5th, Minter in 6th. Van Efferen still leading on the 8:45, though. He'll get one more lap, and then we'll see the halfway signal and the competition caution. Yep, one more time around.
See how officials multitasking there. They got the headset on, listening to information, as well as directing with the little walkie-talkie. And he's got to do all the flagging. Good on you, son.
Cheney back in second, the 891. He's going to be loving it because as it stands right now, he would move into the points lead with Farr dropping back. I do believe he was only 1 point behind Farr, so I know he will. But the 891, definitely the guy to look for. Out of Ohio, and it's a Can-Am as well in second, so the best finishing non-Yamaha again, but now up into second place. I think he's going to have a little something for Rodney the second half of this race.
One thing I have noticed is in the stock class, it seems to be Yamaha is somewhat, maybe a little bit
more dominant.
A little bit better off, it seems like. A lot more guys using it halfway, mandatory caution. But when
In
you
the
look
mod, it's
when you
different.
look in the mod, yeah, you're seeing the Can-Ams up in there. You're seeing the
quite a few Polarises.
The
as well.
Polarises, yeah.
Yeah, only a couple of Yamaha. But the top Yamaha right there is top dog in the Pro Mod right now, 845, Rodney Van Eperen. He might be top dog, but I don't know if he's the fastest person in the Van Eperen family. I believe Ken Osborne might have a young man who might be the quickest.
He is pretty quick. Owen Van Eperen, he is down here watching your dad. Your dad's on top right now. Now this guy has won 2 of the 3 events already this season, been on the podium 3 for 3, so I think he has some advice. What would you say to Rodney?
Win and keep doing what he is. He's doing good so far and he's in the lead, so keep on going.
There you have it. Rodney, I hope you can hear us. Keep on going.
Sound like he had a
From
little
Owen.
jersey in him. Keep
He
doing
does.
what you're doing.
Yeah. How you doing?
I watched him just a moment ago. This first time that he hasn't taken a win this year. He finished in 3rd. I'm not sure the 2 drivers that were in front of him, but they were fast. A little faster than Owen today, and you don't see that very often. But yeah,
in the trophy carts.
Good, yeah, in the smallest of our vehicles. But Rodney's fast, and he's got a Pro 2, and he said he was going to try and focus on the UTV at the first couple of rounds in Chicago, and then maybe he would bring it out here. And right when I saw him, I said, "You bring the Pro 2?" Nah, I'm like, because you could tell he really wants to win this, and that Pro 2 was new to him last year, and coming in with new motor changes and stuff. He's got it already, just it's not out there. Maybe we'll get to see him at Crandon. That'll be the backyard.
Yeah, that'll be nice. As you see them just getting them re-racked.
What's happening
Someone's
here?
getting
away
a
around.
lucky dog.
I hope he doesn't take the full lap if he is. I don't know what's really happening there unless yeah, I do not know, because they could probably turn left and get a shortcut and get behind this field. But could be a question of having to go into the hot pit as well. Now's their time to do so. All right, GL, as we take a look at the track right there, really not going away for these guys. We'll see it start to get chewed up more when we get more and more horsepower. Yeah. But 2 even lanes. What's your thoughts going in the second half of the Pro Mods?
Well, you know, we're still seeing the inside being sort of favored. And I think a lot of it, what it is on these vehicles, they don't have the horsepower like the Pro 2, Pro 4s, where they can pick and choose their line. So truthfully, a lot of times on a track like this, the shortest way around is going to be the quickest until the shortest line is getting chewed up where you can't carry your speed. That's why we've seen some passes from guys carrying the speed around the outside, because you're having to check up a little bit on the inside. Yeah. So moving forward, I think that outside lane is going to come into play as this race moves on.
And as we see the trucks, they also have all that horsepower, and all that centrifugal force pushes you to that outside, and they'll want to just keep their foot in it instead of having to choke it down.
So for them, it's actually harder to get to that inside line like these guys, because the natural progression just drifts out, which sets you up perfect to be on the outside. So, but I still go with the theory: go wherever the guy in front of you doesn't.
I'll tell you, they should be lined up right now. They should be getting ready to take off, and they're not. I don't know why. They gave them an extra lap for some reason. So, not so sure is what's happening there, because I thought they were going to be nose to tail, but that wasn't the case.
There was still a vehicle on the track
that wasn't pulled off. Yeah,
they were towing one off. So that's probably what happens until the track's clear. They're not going to go back to racing. So under the mandatory caution, looks like there was actually, I'm not sure, but I think there was a crash right before the mandatory caution out of picture.
So the one
they had to flip someone over and then take them off the track. So probably just needed an extra lap to get the track sorted out. The jump you're looking at.
Let's take a look at this week's Cat Tech, because you know CAC's the official equipment here at TORC, the Off-Road Championship, presented by AMSOIL. Let's take a look at this little video.
Ziegler Cat provided us with great equipment out here on site for ERX for this event. The soil contents, ranges from clay to sand to natural terrain dirt. So it's been really great to have multiple machines for different aspects of how we do the dirt out here. It was fantastic. Everything has showed up on time. It's been reliable. They actually gave us a bunch of new equipment, roll-low hours, everything else. The track is prepped great. The equipment made it fantastic right now. It's in primo condition. It's ready to go, and we really appreciate what Ziegler did for us.
And Jeff Nordstrom twisting the throttle and the brake and the and the levers on that Cat equipment. We're at ERX Motor Park, the third stop, the third round it is, the second stop as far as venues that we've been to for 2017. Round 3 of TORC the Off-Road Championship presented by AMSOIL. The Twin Cities Takedown.
Look how pretty that background is. That's why I said the setting here is stunning.
Don't go climbing those trees. Watch out. There's bugs in them trees. All right, now we're seeing a nose to Dale, and you're also seeing Cheney leave a little gap, so hopefully he can run up at the right amount of time. But Rodney did a good job of not letting him guess when to take off.
Oh, someone off the pace.
Simic in third. You see him orange and blue.
Was that Sikowski that was off the pace?
Might have been. Sikowski started in fourth. And yeah, a big gap back there to fourth. That could be the case. Having a hard time getting that Can-Am turned around is Cheney right there, not having to flow around that hairpin, having to point and shoot. As you call it, point and squirt. We'll say it differently in South Africa. Oh, Cheney got a good run that time, though. He was able to stay on top of the whoops.
Yeah, and that's the key. And that is so hard to do. Well, sometimes I feel like it's a little bit of luck, but it's also line selection as well as how you use the throttle and like that motor. You basically want to try and skim. You don't want the front dropping, because the minute that happens, it bounces back in your face, and then, you know, you're like a rocking horse. Wow, look at these guys. They are pushing it now. Track's drying out. They're sliding in, sliding out.
Looks like maybe Cheney might have dropped Zach Simic just a little bit. Simic back there in third. First and second are pretty close, and both want to take that inside. So you really, if you're in second, you just hope you get a really good drive, a better turn around that, that left-hander than the guy in front of you.
If you get a great drive, it can set you up to make a pass right here. We saw it in the previous race. It's doable. It's actually, I think in this class, it's one of the best places to pass.
Coming into that last left.
Well, especially if the guy in front of you doesn't really make a mistake. If he doesn't scrub his speed or leave the door wide open, it can be a little tough to go the long way around these guys.
XPS Can-Am of Cheney in second there.
He's giving it everything he's got.
Oh man, almost downside it there. That one little bit he needs could save him, because you see him totally rebound and lose the ground again.
Little mistake there from Van Eberen, so Cheney just creeping up a little bit closer. He only needs about 1 or 2 UTV lengths to basically be able to put his nose in one of these turns.
And it looks like it's getting deep in that. We can't see it on that other side of that hill in camera, but the way that those UTVs are moving around, I think it's deeper over there. It's definitely sandier than the other parts of the track.
Yeah, oh yeah. That part of the track, that's why it breaks up so quickly. Green flag, still out, 10 laps in the book. Kind of feel like a little bit of a, kind of like in the last race where we saw with some of the front drivers where some guys are stronger on one half of the track, and the others stronger on the other half. That's what it seems like with Van Eberen. He pulls away at the end there, and then Cheney seems, coming into this next turn is where Cheney seems to get as close as possible.
He closed
but
in right there.
But same thing, he needs to be at least one car length closer, where you could just leave the brakes as late as possible and just stick his nose in there.
All right, now he's changing it up. He said, I got to do something different. This follow the leader crap is not getting me anywhere. Might be the longer route, but he had a pretty good advantage over the driver behind him, and you know what? He didn't lose anything. So in that situation, if Van Eberen makes a mistake, you're in a spot that you can make the pass.
Exactly. And you got to try it. You know, the only way I'd say don't try it is if you lose ground by taking a different line. You know, try it. If you lose ground, then don't do it.
But if you keep losing ground and closing back up, you need that extra line, because again, you're hoping that that guy in front of you just makes a bobble. You've got clean space and you go faster line and take over position. Yeah, you might not want to do it if there's somebody on your tail, but there is nobody on it. Simic's back there 4 seconds behind Cheney. Kowski in fourth, Schultz in fifth, Reiner 6th.
Cheney must be going right now like, what do I have to do to get a shot at this guy? All I'm doing is eating roost right now. Once again, takes another option. Let's see if he can, this turn right here, you just got to try not to scrub speed on the outside. You see he scrubbed just a little bit. He's not on purpose, but.
Yeah, just dug that wheel in, it grabs. You want to flow as much as you can, but you see, he's still able to close back in. Getting by is another story. I'm looking through the field, and you know, former winners we talked about before, Darren Howie in this one, the 888, he's back there in 10th, or 12th, excuse me. So last year, looking totally different for Howie this year.
All right, this is where Cheney, if he nails his turn and gets a good drive, this is where he's been pretty strong, just a little bit better than Van Eberen. Look, doesn't scrub speed.
I don't think he had the run, though, on that straight where he was coming up so close to landing the downside. That time it looked like he was not quite as fast.
it looks like the last 3 or 4 laps have been a carbon copy.
Yeah.
Once again, he's going to try it.
It looked like he was still thinking about staying in his tracks too, didn't you think, for a second?
Yeah. Oh, and he didn't scrub as much, but you can tell it's the way those ruts are. It's starting to pull it sideways. Oh, no, Van Eperen got a little buck wild through there.
Well, that's the deal. That inside line is a little rougher. That outside may be longer, but if you're smoother, you're just hoping that maybe you can miss one of those whoops. You know?
Yeah, exactly. Or land nicely set up and be able to basically not really take your foot out of it. Just continue with a power slide. Some lap traffic. Here's third.
That's Civic. And Zakowski, 3 and 4. Reiner well back there in 5th. Still a race out in front with 2 laps to go here in the Pro Mod UTVs. In Elk River, Cheney getting a little closer.
Cheney also probably getting a little more frustrated. He's got to be thinking.
Now you say he's following the same tracks that time. He saw somebody there.
I was going to say, I think when he saw the lapper, he figured, you know what, I don't want them to go back off and I get stuck behind. All right. Time is running out.
This is it. You should see the white come across in the hand. No. Yep, there it is. Go from the green flag, which means good, to the white flag, meaning this is your last shot at the title.
So for Kyle Cheney, you've got to get really close here. You've got to nail this next corner. He's almost been clearing this jump. Like you said, he gets a little extra lift.
So close.
If he could get over that, it would help him so much. Now right here, you've got to really just arc this perfectly. It's almost like a NASCAR drive.
Hey, he's got a good drive here, though. He went out to in. He's got a pretty good drive.
He's about a half a car length closer than he has been the last few laps. Look at that. Oh, counter steer.
Finally caught him.
And he's going.
Oh, but why? That's the one time Van Eperen changed it up. That he was not set to go inside.
How frustrating. He's been trying, waiting for that one little mistake.
Whoa! Van Eperen almost sticks the front bumper in. He had a high, no factor going right there, but taking the win for the second time in 2017. Rodney Van Eperen, for the first time, he takes that outside lane, and it almost cost him at the end. Cheney in second, Simic will be third, and we'll hear for the top 3 when we return to TORC, the Off-Road Championship, presented by AMSOIL, right after this.
Turo Trailblade Tires, the weapon of choice for wherever you want to go.
Cooper tires on the ground go round and round, round and round, round and round. Tires on the car are warranty. And what you need, the tires on the car help keep you safe. They grip the road when you hit the brakes.
Your tires matter, so count on Cooper. An American company since 1914.
The tires on the ground go round and round.
Welcome back to TORC, the Off-Road Championship, presented by AMSOIL. The Twin Cities takedown, and Rodney Van Eperen took down the best drivers in Pro Mod UTVs. Welcome inside our beautiful facility here at ERX. Robbie Floyd, Grant Langston, and good race. And the Pro Mod came down to the end, and I mean, it was those what ifs. And I'd love to hear, and we will hear in just a moment from Rodney Van Eperen, of why he took the outside on that last lap. Was that planned, or did he think the guy in front of him was going to slow him down? And then when he did take it, oh no.
Yeah, but the problem was Cheney had already had a counter steer, so it jacked him up after that turn, and it left him basically with no option to go to the right. So I'm sure he was kicking himself inside that car. Because you could tell he tried over and over just to get to that chance to have a chance. So.
Yeah, and you don't want to give up that inside generally on that last lap especially. But let's find out. He's the 2-time winner in the Pro Mod class. It's Rodney Van Eperen and his Yamaha. And he does it again. No mechanicals this week, but man, that had to be a close call.
You waited, Rodney, till that last lap to take that outside line, and then you had a bit of an oh no moment. Why did you wait till the last lap to take it?
Well, honestly, we lost radio communication right when we're ready to pull out and track. We're sitting here talking, everything's normal. All of a sudden, radio communication goes out. I don't know, you never realize how much you rely on that stuff until all of a sudden that happens. It was like being in the dark the whole race. I felt bad I couldn't even hear the, USAC or any of them guys talking, but I knew they were close. I don't know what lines they're running, I don't know what they're doing, but I'll tell you what. We revalved the shocks, my crew last night, we revalved the shocks, remounted an oil cooler, went through this thing completely last night, and I can't tell you, it's a big deal for us. Power Sports 1, Johnny Greaves, Balin Buildings, Yamalube, Yamaha Racing Department, Method Wheels, Graves, Maxis, Luke at Redline, he's walking us through this stuff nonstop, so I don't know what else to say, but this is awesome.
You can see this win definitely means a lot to Rodney Van Eperen.
Yes, it does, Kate. And looking at the unofficial results, Rodney takes his second win. Now he's tied with his son, who's driving the little carts.
Hey, you listened to his son's advice.
Yeah, he did. And Cheney, Simic. Cheney was in there. I mean, literally to the very end. And the what ifs. If he would have set up to do the opposite, instead he had to play follow the leader. And I think Cheney had a good shot of having that win. If he could have been inside in that uh-oh moment from Van Eperen. Let's find out from him. Let's go back down to Kate Osborne.
Second place for Kyle Cheney. Now, there was some times in there that you could have capitalized on what Rodney was doing, especially that last lap. How much of that race did you spend thinking about, I have to do something different than what he's doing?
Actually, man, Rodney drove a really good race, and after the second lap, my car was at full bar, super hot, so I was just trying to get it to the finish line. That's why the first half of the race, I kind of let him go to kind of keep my radiator cool, and then second half of the race, I tried to put a charge on, but my car was just too hard, and I didn't want to sacrifice the race for tomorrow, so we need to figure out a way to get this thing cool. But he was flying, and I did, my Can-Am, me and my Can-Am, we did everything we could to try to capitalize with the heat issue we were having, but my Maxxis tires were working good. CT Raceworks did an awesome job of building this car. I'd like to thank Fox. I'm just glad they're here. We had an issue the other day, and I'm glad they got my shocks fixed. My whole team, and thank you guys for having such an awesome race.
I'd say having a couple of issues there. Second place is definitely great for Kyle Cheney.
I told you it was toasty here, affecting the UTVs as well. As we look at points now, heading into the fourth round of the championship, and Van Eperen has moved his way up into third now. He was outside, he was in fifth, a first and a 16, but he's moved up to third, and Cheney does take over the lead, and by a considerable margin. After Farr having his difficulties, Farr goes from first to fourth, and now that really opened the door when Tim Farr, unfortunately for him, has the one race he would rather forget. Let's go back down to Kate Osborne with third place.
Zach Civic right now just coming over to say it was hot. That race for you was a battle to get on the podium. How much does it mean to you, for you, to be up here right now?
It means a lot. I finished third overall last year. I got into a Yamaha this year. Basically built the car, and got no practice on it. Went down to Chicago. Didn't have a good weekend. Didn't finish on Sunday. Went back. Spent a ton of time and money putting it back together. Luke at Beyond Redline worked his magic on it. Came out in qualifying, took 6 in that, and basically picked our way up. So.
It was a battle indeed, but he ended up on the podium, Zach Simic.
And his best finish of the year as well. A 9th to start the season, and a terrible second race, but the third one, he puts it on the podium. Simic finishes third. TORC, the Off-Road Championship, presented by AMSOIL. We'll be back with more. The trucks are about to fire up.
When it comes to protecting your engine, AMSOIL offers the next level performance truck owners demand. AMSOIL provides 75% more engine protection against horsepower loss and wear than required by a leading industry standard, extending the life of pistons and cams. Give the vehicle you love the above and beyond fortification it deserves. AMSOIL, devoted to protection.
Rugged Radios. Work, race, play.
Hey Steve, where you at?
Experience clear communications through headsets or helmet kits.
I'm up on the hill to your right. Oh, there you are.
Talk vehicle to vehicle.
Keep radio contact going. Copy?
Talk to passengers.
Copy that, I gotcha.
And stream your favorite music. Complete communications for UTVs, base camp, toy haulers, or off-road vehicles. Rugged Radios, the authority in communications.
You know, as a motocross racer growing up, you always loved, no matter what track you were at or what golf course you saw, you appreciate good dirt. This is great dirt, Grant Langston, and reminds me a little bit in this section of Millville, Minnesota, the motocross track, down the way. Did you ever win at Millville?
Yes.
How many times?
Twice.
In 250s?
250, 450, yeah.
250 and 450.
It's actually, we were talking about this earlier. It was my favorite racetrack on the National Series, and there's just something about
the
Minnesota,
dirt, the atmosphere, the rolling hills.
Yeah, and then exactly. It's got everything. It's almost like I feel like God designed this for for us adrenaline junkies, and it's just beautiful out here. The trees, the backdrop, like you said, everything's rolling. It's got
Yeah.
It's
cool.
got
It's
everything.
nice. It's got nice. A little some shade. It's also
Could
got
have been a little cooler for us.
It has great racing as well. Let's take a look back at the pro mod classes. Rodney Van Eperen started on that second row, but it didn't take long to get a good start. But still don't know what happened to Drew Schultz. He just kind of lost it on that start. But there's Rodney taking over the lead, getting by Tim Farr. We would later see Farr pull in with a flat tire, a tire that was going down.
This was that restart when we had him 3 wide, and then watch everyone just trying to get through there clean.
A lot of bucking. Yeah, I mean, you want to find some kind of rhythm. There's Farr with that tire change. Took him out of contention. Happened to the first half of the race. Simic working his way up through the field. Van Eperen having to go through lap traffic to really came down to the very end. Look at Rodney Van Eperen, got a big buck in that section on the very last lap when he had Kyle Cheney all over him. There's even bigger buck on that last lap. If Cheney was inside, he probably would have made the pass, but Van Eperen squeaked out that victory over Cheney. Simic finishes third, and the second win for the Yamaha pilot Rodney Van Eperen. We done with the small stuff. Yeah, we're done with the UTVs. Now it's time for some big boys, some bigger trucks and bigger things and more horsepower. As we progress through the day, more horsepower, more suspension. Your first time here at ERX. Now you get to see the big trucks, and the pros hit the track. What are you looking forward to most? Where they're going to be able to make the passes, or how they negotiate everything?
Well, I think for especially the Pro 2, Pro 4, we'll have to see in the Pro Light. But like I said, this track is very wide, it's fast, it's flowing, so it does create multiple lines, and especially we have the inside, and then you got that cush. The UTVs, once they get in that cush, it kind of sucks all the power.
The cush was in Colorado. Never mind. That was something. Sorry, inside joke. That was something totally.
Yeah,
last
the
weekend,
cushion.
Speaking of Colorado, last weekend we were in Chicago, and great racing in the Pro Lights. Let's take a look at round number 1 and 2 of Chicago. Round number 1, kind of a surprise in the Pro Lights. No surprise you see a couple of Ponzi trucks in front. But pay close attention to that Monster Energy vehicle that's back and forth. He started back and worked his way. And when you have brothers banging doors like that, it kind of opens the door for the guys behind.
Yeah.
Kyle Kleiman gets on 2 wheels, make it no wheels, make it 2 wheels,
and
make it
back.
4.
Yeah, remember that. And then as we look a little further in the race, some more bumping and grinding. So for the Kleiman brothers, very adventurous race.
Chad Rayford's the one on the inside there in the 29 that was giving Kleiman all heck. And the Kenda Tire entry would move on, as well as the Ponzis. They're both getting into it. Andrew Carlson has to check up, take Kleiman off the track in that particular. Now we're going to be in Carlson's backyard, literally his backyard here. But Casey Curry just checked out. He got by those guys that were banging. He didn't see any of it. And a smiling face, taking the win like he had done way, way back when they were in Chicagoland. Round number 2, different story. When you see Kyle Kleiman on the start, that's a bad thing. He can pull away in a hurry.
Yeah, you see a little bottleneck behind them there, and you see the two of Curry. He came from 6, got himself in, and then, a little mistake there from Kyle. So very adventurous. You see the Joker lane in the background.
Yeah, that's something we hadn't talked about. Kyle Hart making a pass there in the number 1, not with us this weekend. Cam Reimers making a move on the outside of Curry there, making a pass. His day was far from over. Curry comes back, goes inside of him, and takes over position.
Yeah, look, great back and forth battle. So for Cam, probably a little frustrating. He drove very well. Didn't have a podium to show for
Found out he had
yeah.
a mechanical issue. He had no idea. He was down probably about 120 horsepower. But Kyle Kleiman takes his first victory of 2017, first of many, I'm sure, for him. And I talked about it, and you got to cover some events last year. I know you were at Chicagoland, but Kyle Kleiman was the fastest guy the second half of the year last year. If he would have raced the first stop, he might have been the champion instead of Kyle Hart. May have, because Kyle Hart started out pretty darn hot.
Yeah, I mean, that's always one of those things you always do that, what if, and everyone has that scenario. But like you said, he came on so strong at the end there. What did he rack off? I think 4 in a row, yeah. So, yeah, you do have to ask that question. Well, now that he's here, started all the races, now's the time to shine.
Kate Osborne, you have something you want to add?
Yeah, as you guys are talking about the Kleiman brothers, it's interesting because you've seen them change as drivers over the last year. I mean, you've seen Cody really come into himself as a driver. He has confidence, and he's really running like a completely different racer than we've seen before.
He's top qualifier today.
I know, and I was talking to the family actually before he came out here, and they were saying Cody gave Kyle that gift by being top qualifier, but then pulling a fourth, and so he's actually he's starting in a different spot than what he would want, but Kyle was saying it was quite a gift to him.
Yeah, they have an inversion. What Kate's talking about, they had an inversion. So Cody had, usually you get top qualifier, you think you're starting on front, but they get to, pull ping pong balls or whatever, and they have an inversion. Well, the inversion was 4, meaning that he starts in 4th now. Well, who was outside looking in on the flip? It's Kyle. So Kyle now moves into the front row.
And to be honest, I mean, Kyle was saying he really hopes that Cody makes his way back into the front, because Kyle is saying he's going to be at the front. He wants some brotherly rubbing and racing.
Yeah,
he's looking for it. And I think to him, that's got to be one of the most exciting things, between the two brothers.
He says that, but we saw, at Chicagoland, if they take each other out, they were close. You get into the door of your brother, that's unacceptable.
Yeah.
That's like Johnny Greaves and CJ. If you take your, relative out with a not so smart move.
Makes Thanksgiving a little awkward.
Yeah, side to side's all right. When you start going nose to door, then it's a little different story.
Also, there was a little drama in the pits. Was it Cody or Kyle that had to replace a motor?
Yeah, that's what we thought they were going to change a motor, but after they started pulling it out and working on it, and we can talk about this in a bit, after they started working on it, water pump's what broke, and some of the fins came off of it, so they replaced the water pump. Said they had to do some welding. I don't know what they did to get what they had to weld back on, but the motor is going to stay. So if he would have had, and they had plenty of time now to make that motor change, if they would have had to have made a motor change, it would have taken him from the pole to back, because they would have had a motor change. So he would have started in last. But because they just changed that water pump, Kyle can now still
hold
stay
his
on
position.
that front row.
So
will
that's
be
good to know. Not to mention that saved a lot of money as well, not switching out one of those motors.
But it was Cody that was actually working on Kyle's truck as they were trying to get that other motor pulled out of the truck. And he's like, I said, not what you wanted to be doing. He said, hey, we're a team here. And there's the pro lights. We'll see them coming up next. The Toyota of Escondido Pace truck ready to send them their way. And they'll hit 14 laps here at ERX Motor Park. The big boys about to fire them up here in just a bit, Minnesota style.
When it comes to protecting your engine, AMSOIL offers the next level performance truck owners demand. AMSOIL provides 75% more engine protection against horsepower loss and wear than required by a leading industry standard, extending the life of pistons and cams. Give the vehicle you love the above and beyond fortification it deserves. AMSOIL, devoted to protection.
Cooper tires on the ground, go round and round, round and round, round and round. Tires on the car are warranty. And what you need, the tires on the car help keep you safe. They grip the road when you hit the brakes.
Your tires matter. So count on Cooper, an American company since 1914.
Tires on the ground go round and round.
Look at all that nice, pretty dirt leading to that finish line area. The nice AMSOIL banner at TORC the Off-Road Championship presented by AMSOIL. Beautiful scenery here in the North Woods of Minnesota as the CAT equipment on the track, grooming it, preparing it for the Pro Light division. As more fans work their way in several different, welcome everybody, putting the microphone or the earphone back on here. Several different options for the fans here, different than the years before. That whole straightaway, like where we're at actually, wasn't spectator seating. Now they have camping and stuff. They want it to be more like the staples of the TORC and the Midwest off-road racing stuff. You think of Bark River, camping out, parking, I mean, just living the life, You think of Crandon. You know Crandon. You've been in the land of the lost. They want to get that atmosphere here. They had a bonfire last night as well, and they want to make it a destination to have fun, camp back, bring the whole family. A lot of things to do.
Well, they've done a great job of doing it. I mean, it's a very, I know I've said it before and repeating myself, but it's a beautiful facility. They've put a lot of time, effort, and money into it, and man, I'd love to see a nice big motocross track out back here. They've got the best dirt, the best area, and they got hills behind us here, and they got a lot of land.
Maybe it could be a Grant Langston signature track that you could, he's got the land.
I'll be like a Jack Nicklaus and design my own tracks.
Yeah, you could be. I know Bobby Rahal and Audubon. It's like a private track outside over near Chicagoland. He's like the head car pro, and like instead of a head golf pro, you could be that way for here. You could, have that set up. You could be the ambassador.
Well, designing tracks is something that I've always found fun. Most kids were doing actual schoolwork. I was drawing tracks on my notepad. So as you can tell, school stuff a little bit. But see the Pro Lights coming out. These guys got to be excited, fired up. It's been 3 weeks, so they've had a chance to go back, work on some stuff, figure out what happened at opening rounds. But the thing is, you come here, and this track is like 180 degrees different from Chicago, which was a very tight track, a lot of 180s, a little more slower speed. This track fast flowing. You can see in the background, a lot of turns are banked, so it does help create multiple lines. See, they've had to
It's slippery.
Yeah,
look at it. Kyle's, look at it. He's testing it right there. Just like you see road competitors, they'll look where grip is and how much rubber is on the track. They're doing that with the dirt. In that particular turn, I saw Brad Lovell in practice yesterday literally push off the track and tore up, the left front of his truck. So, yeah, you want to find out where that water's been put down. You're going to look right here. You're only going to get to go one lane, inside or outside, but they're both going to be smooth.
See how much softer that turn is compared to the one.
As you see the drivers prepare for the Pro Light division, out in front will be Kyle Kleiman, next to Andrew Carlson. Two big names, two big winners in Pro Light before, but what's Pro Light all about? You have more stock of the three trucks that you're going to be seeing here today. Pro Light, we have about 350 cubic inches, 450 horsepower, 14 inches. But look as we move up to Pro 2, Pro 4. We build the motors, we build the suspension, we also increase that weight, the wheelbase. Everything grows as we bring on each individual racing class. As we look at our starting lineup, Kyle Kleiman will be on the outside. He thought he was going to have to change a motor after practice today, had a water pump go out. They realized it was a water pump, not the engine, so they instead replaced that water pump. He's good to go. The first ever winner in Pro Light here at ERX is Andrew Carlson on the inside of the 151. This is literally his backyard, but Kyle gets a good jump. I don't know if I saw the green flag. They were waiting, but I never saw it. Cam Reimer sticks his nose in there in third. The Liquid Wrench 21's into third. He said that truck was down on power. Chicagoland had a portion of the distributor that was breaking. He was down 120 horsepower about. But Cam Reimers is trying to move his way into third. You see Cody
Kleiman back there in fourth, number 48. Oh, a lot of horsepower, 450. Whoa, getting kicked.
And
Big
back
time
on the
kick.
gas.
Yeah, you can't let off, can you?
Cody just straight on the throttle. That's exactly what he had to do. Up the inside, his brother.
That's Kyle doing it the hard way in that whoop section. Cody's back there and Ford trying to get by Cam Reimers, and it looks like he may do it there. But Andrew Carlson, I talked with him before, and he's in second place right now. He ran alone in all his practice sessions. He said, yeah, I'm not really worried about, getting behind somebody and doing their thing. He is yet to have a lap or two like this. In practice, he was all by himself.
Yeah, everyone likes to approach things a little bit differently. Maybe for him, was just trying to concentrate on himself more than anything. You can see the battle here, and
Chad Rayford sticks a nose in, gets inside, says, you know what, Cam Reimers, you're now taking that outside line. But you also saw Cody Kleiman now moved up into third.
And these guys just launching to the bottom of that jump, and coming in fast into those whoops, and that's why you see the trucks getting bounced all over the place.
Cam Reimers had moved all the way up to the third, now back into fifth. Kate Osborne has more.
Cam Reimers today said that this is a track that he feels exceptionally comfortable on. He's really excited, feels confidence in not only his car, but him as a driver, especially knowing.
What a race, Kate. Okay, we'll get back with you on that. What a race. And Carlson was just trying to set him up that entire time in that right, but eventually the two lanes merged.
Yeah, but that was nice of him there. He could have turned Kleiman around, but he backed out of it, did the gentleman thing, and he'll have a chance at it. But like you said, you can tell this is Carlson's backyard because he is fast, motivated, and flying right now.
But he doesn't really drive out here much. He doesn't spend that much time, but he's on the inside. A great position, because when you give somebody that inside, expect someone to take it in short course off-road racing.
And that he did. Andrew Carlson to the front.
I'm hearing the crowd cheering as well.
You can hear in the background the Minnesota fans very happy for their
hometown boy.
You said this is literally his backyard. It actually is. Might be his front yard, who knows?
Yeah. He's from officially Elk River, Minnesota. This is Elk River, Minnesota. And their race shop is just a few hundred yards away. Taking the lead's one thing, staying there is another. Kyle Kleiman was so fast last year. When we saw Carlson win last year, I think he started on the front, he stayed out in front. Here he has moved his way. Look at that race for third back there. It looks like Cam Reimers has gotten by Chad Rayford as well. But Andrew Carlson, Premier Material Concepts, Turo Tires, Amsoil Sport Tech. He's pulling a little bit. He's an advantage now was 3/10, now 9/10, so he gained about 6/10 of a second. Let's go to Kate Osborne.
Andrew Carlson said this weekend he had a couple of goals. One was to qualify better. The second was to race smarter, not necessarily race harder, and then respond under pressure. These are a couple of things that Andrew Carlson was focusing on in his hometown track. I did ask him how much input he said he had in this track. He said he did have some input. Clearly he's very comfortable out here.
Yes, he is, and he did race smarter. Like you said, he had an opportunity that he could have brought Kyle Kleiman around. He did not do so. That's a smarter move.
Whoa.
Last year, it seemed like he was the one that had the contact on the second day with Luke Johnson. And,
had that big crash.
And Luke, got punted. Didn't necessarily have to happen at that time.
Yeah, it was one of those things. It was a little unintentional, but it became.
But could have been avoided.
Yeah, exactly.
Kyle Kleiman's closed in, though. This race is far from over. And he gets a face full when you have that loose dirt. I mean, it's not like a regular windshield. That's just a screen. And you were literally, even though you have a helmet on, a closed face, and a nice little bib in front, you're still going, getting that dirt out of your mouth.
Yeah, that's one thing I learned is that roost, it nails you. If you get in the wrong line, meaning right behind someone in that powdery stuff, you're pulling tear-offs, and we heard people talk about, you don't want to get your radiators packed as well. So once again, Kyle Kleiman now splits the lanes, goes to the inside. Looks like Carlson's got the inside and a good drive still. Well, yeah, got through those whips very clean. In fact, gained some time there.
When I saw back in third place, too, I thought it was Reimers earlier because I saw Black and Reimers did that new pace scheme. I do believe that's Cody Kleiman that is in third. A big distance, though. But again, after this next lap, they will re-rack, restack for the second half. There's a 14-lap race after lap 7.
we have a mandatory competition caution. And there's Cody Kleiman. There's Chad Rayford in the 29.
Yeah, so this is your battle for the lead.
Kyle Kleiman started, basically these are your points leaders, Carlson and Kleiman, Kyle that is. We're in second place, but with Casey Curry not here, one of these guys will be the points leader, depending on who finishes in front of the other.
What a great drive there from
Kyle.
Yeah, on the outside, little mistake on the inside from Carlson. Now they're going to be side by side. Who's going to let off first?
Squared it up. Watch Kyle go to the inside here, though.
Smart.
Yes, a drag race up this big, using that horsepower and landing. Now Kyle set up on the inside, and he cannot close him down, or now he can.
Yeah, he had his bumper there, so wasn't able to just
Expect
slam
a push.
it. Oh, and he did. He just left the braking as late as possible.
He was a little tighter than he wanted to be. He was having to be defensive, and it cost him.
Yeah. Wow, these guys getting a great drive there. Now at the inside again, Carlson.
Driving out of the turn, Kleiman should be a little faster. That is the case. What a race here in Pro Light, and after a few more turns, we'll still have that competition caution. But look, even right there, Carlson's trying to set up way early into that turn.
Yeah, now he's going to the inside, probably trying to figure out what happened. Oh, yeah, you can see the holes.
Right,
yeah, you see them both getting sideways. So I think a lot of these drivers now starting to search which line is better, inside or outside.
But did we just see the outside lane working for the split? But once he got done with that, it looks like he went to the inside to get away from that. It looked like those guys were getting kicked more on the outside before they went to that finish line jump. So halfway through, 7 laps down, 7 more to go. Kyle Kleiman out in front of Andrew Carlson, and Kyle's brother Cody now up into third. We'll see how this plays out when the last 7 laps kick off here in just a bit.
Trailblade Tires, the weapon of choice for wherever you want to go.
When it comes to guarding your engine, AMSOIL offers the next level performance enthusiasts demand. AMSOIL provides 75% more engine protection against horsepower loss and wear than required by a leading industry standard, extending the life of pistons and cams. Give the vehicle you love the above and beyond protection it deserves. AMSOIL, devoted to protection.
As they're lining up here, welcome everyone watching on TORCseries.com. Andrew Carlson's going to start on the tail of Kyle Kleiman here at ERX. The Pro Light's about to take off for the second half of their 14-lap race. Carlson second, Cody Kleiman in third, Chad Rayford in fourth, Sean Morris, a winner here. He was the last winner in Pro Light, back there in fifth. Reimer sixth, Matt Sorek in seventh. Welcome back to ERX Motor Park. Kyle Kleiman leads Andrew Carlson as it stands right now. That's about where they were the entire first 7 laps, this Pro Light final. The Ponzi in first, a Ponzi truck in third. I'm seeing the Kenda Tire 27 of Sean Morris. He was actually the last winner here in 2016. Don't count him out. He hadn't had the 2017 he's wanted, but watch out for that blue truck in fifth. Don't count him out just yet.
Well, the thing you got to keep in mind too at this point is the track's dried out a lot from the beginning. A lot of times these guys plan to set the truck up to go from wet slick to dry slick. Track is changing. Is it going to work out for some guys in the second half?
That outer line seemed to be working well. Cody took it back there in third, but I don't know. Andrew got a pretty strong run from the inside, and I thought he even made him. Oh, and he's going over. Big crash. He can get on his wheels. If it's straight, he'll go. There's parts everywhere, but he keeps his foot in it, and what about it? Welcome to TORC, the Off-Road Championship. And
that truck can't be straight, can it?
No, you could even see when he came over the finish line jump. It was it looked like a snake. It was trying to go in a straight line, but it was going side to side.
Well, the vision's going to be affected. You see the hood popped up just a bit. He's got to sort that thing out. Almost lands the downside there, but it looks a little twitchy on landings. I don't think the geometry's quite right. But then again, he might be having that moment. Let's take a look at what happened to second place here, Andrew Carlson.
Yeah, you see, he just hooks her right there, and not quite able to counter steer in time, and over she goes. Actually reminds me exactly of my first crash in a pro light.
Looked familiar, huh?
Yeah, it was a carbon copy, except I landed upside down. He was fortunate to keep going, so he's still in the race.
The thing was, he was just too hard on that inside, and that berm just bit him. I mean, you can't react that fast when you get caught like it is.
Yeah, exactly. We saw a little dust there. I think someone may have also got a little
Matt Sorek,
sideways.
who we saw had problems in Chicagoland as well. No problems for Kyle Kleiman. He's out in front. His brother Cody Kleiman in second. Ponzi 42. Actually, I'm showing Chad Rayford in second. What happened to Cody Kleiman? Or is it Rayford that's actually just lighting the wick now? Yep, there's Rayford. Cody drops back. Excuse me, and Sean Morris in fourth.
Good drive from Sean Morris. Cam Reimer's also right there in the hunt. Can you believe it? Andrew Carlson still right behind the top five.
Trying to, maybe something happens with them. Maybe he's able to figure something out, but his vision's getting worse and worse by the minute. Body panels flapping, that's just money. That's all cosmetic.
It's just money.
Yeah, it's money and it's cosmetic. But you see, he's still popping up on two wheels.
Look at that. That's like a full motocross berm there now. You see the guys that get set up and they're just starting to ride that cush.
All right, let's go to Kate Osborne.
Yeah, I think one of the most interesting things about this class is the brothers, Kyle and Cody Kleiman, the fact that they are competitors, but they are also, of course, brothers. And earlier today, when Kyle thought he had an engine issue, they were tearing everything apart, and Cody actually was working on his truck at that particular time. He finished his and then came back over and thrashed with them, thankfully recognizing that there was a water pump issue and not the full engine. But Kyle said that he was so incredibly pumped that his brother busted his butt to come over and help him out so he can get out with race.
That's right, Kate. And right now he's in third, but about a second and a half, 2 seconds behind Chad Rayford. Rayford's fast. He finished second at the first round, but followed that up with a ninth. But he's back into second again. But I think Cody Kleiman's not really going to let him pull away. We still have a few more laps to go, about 3 more laps to go. Kyle, as long as that thing starts whispering, starts purring like it's doing, I don't think anybody's going to catch him.
No,
I saw him in practice yesterday. I thought he looked fast.
Yeah, you said he looked like he had the outright speed to go beat everyone. And I think Carlson was probably the one that was going to give him the hardest time, and we saw what happened, just pushing a little too hard
at the wrong place,
at the wrong spot, and that's all it takes. And for Kyle, even though he's been a little loose here and there, it's just been a great drive. And the way he's driving, he's also going to be climbing up the standings, getting some points.
We're looking at that race for a second. Cody Kleiman on the left. On the right is Chad Rayford. Rayford's swapping around a lot. I thought that was really going to help Cody taking that outside line, but he might have made up just a little bit. That inside line's getting beat up.
Yeah, the whole track's getting beat up, and now you're starting to see body parts all over the place as these guys starting to lose some shrapnel.
One thing we haven't talked about is the tire battle, and we see Chad Rayford with the Kenda tires and the Kleimans. With them using DOT tires, it's a big tire war. Andrew Carlson was on a Turo. You're seeing the Kleimans on Maxxis. You're seeing Rayford and Morris on the Kenda. It's a big tire battle because you can buy these tires off the Pet Boys, wherever you go.
Yep. I actually have a set on my truck. I won't say which set. Don't offend anyone, but I do have one of these sets on my truck.
Look at that. Those guys just hooking some rods. There's holes. We've seen that as well with 3 laps to go in this Pro Light final.
It's getting nasty. I mean, the track is just really deteriorating, but it's also creating some decent lines for these guys. Green flag, 2 laps to go.
It's supposed to do that. You and I have covered racing where the promoters will say, hey, don't talk about, who is on their lid.
Again.
Is that Carlson?
In the same corner.
It is.
Because look, there's already
he's
body
really
parts
on the
from
inside.
earlier.
Right, and that's really inside. He had to have done the same thing. Hopefully we've got that on camera. I'm not promising anything, but we see what happened there. We see some liquid possibly dripping as well. So
the safety crew, the impact safety crew over there as fast as they can, going to make sure he's all right, whether to send him up, right? They'll put the tow rope up to him, and you'd have to think that his day's done.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at what happened. This will probably be our best shot at it. Again, you're not focusing on him when he's so far back in the pack, but we just catch the very end. But it's just so weird because he is so inside still. I mean, maybe
I wonder if the back came around, so it kind of
he got on two, had to correct it, and he fired it up once again.
Jeez. I wonder if he's going to have this track changed, that corner.
All right, let's take a look at what happened as slow as we can. He's already into the roll, but he's rolling the...
I think the back end came around, and then it hooked. So instead of rolling, towards the camera, it continued down the track.
And towards that inside. We'll have to talk to him after the race to find out for sure. But what a day for Andrew Carlson. So now they will reset. I still don't know what's happening with Cam Reimers, and maybe Kate can find out. He's in 5th place, but he was 11 seconds back, and he looked so fast at the start.
He keeps
Did
losing
something,
time.
something go away? I mean, like he was down all that horsepower from a distributor issue, changing the timing. I wonder if it's something he's feeling in the motor. Is it a handling issue or what? Kate, what do you have?
Well, I just talked to actually his team down here, Cam Reimer's team, and I asked him, I was like, is there anything going on with him right now? And they said, no, actually, he said there are some line issues. He kind of ran into some people there, but there isn't anything mechanical that they're hearing about. He's been pretty quiet on the radio.
It didn't seem like Cam. I mean, position-wise, you look at it and you say, okay, he's in 5th, but he didn't look as fast as he did at the start. Right.
Yeah. He's dropping each lap.
And he's really going to go out there. Hey, kudos to the chassis builder. He built a tough truck. I mean, that thing has done roll how many times now? And
I wanted the second roll, straighten it back out, because it was crumbled the first time.
This is only the 3rd round too in that truck. Look at it. I mean, it's a hoopty right now. Look at that thing.
We're not laughing at him. We're just laughing at
his family's not laughing right now, and I mean, what a mistake. So now as they have the drivers lined up nose to tail, Kyle Kleiman, Chad Rayford, Cody Kleiman, Sean Morris, Cam Reimers, Matt Sorek, and yes, Carlson is back in the mix in 7th. I don't know who the chassis builder is, but he built one tough machine. Let's see if he can keep things going, and I wouldn't take that line again. Good start by Kyle. Good start also by Cody back there in 3rd.
Yeah, already putting pressure on Rayford, who didn't quite get the greatest of jumps, but now this is when it's going to get interesting. Less than 2 laps to go. You got Morris right behind them. Reimers, can he find some speed here at the end?
All those guys taking that really tight line and then deciding to go where? Most of them inside, except for Cody Kleiman. We'll see if Cody can make up any ground on Chad Rayford, because I thought Rayford was taking that other line, before we had that caution for sure. Over the place.
Oh my God.
And as long as Cody could keep his foot in it, he would take advantage, but there's taking advantage by Sean Morris. The right place at the right time. The Kenda truck moves into the top 3.
Yeah, so for Sean Morris, he has not been in the top 3 all day. Gets the white, what are we on? Sorry.
A couple more laps to go.
2 more laps to go, yeah. So now puts himself in 3rd. Is he got enough time to go after Rayford?
And how upset is Cody Kleiman, because he literally could have been in 2nd. Instead, he drops back to 4th.
Cam Reimer's still sticking in there, so.
But all this is going on, and Kyle Kleiman just pulling away farther and farther and farther. Look at that.
Not even, but one lap into it, and that's a considerable advantage.
How nasty is that section getting? I mean, you can
I
see
like
these
it.
trucks. They're all over. From there
it.
to all the way. Yeah, there you are. Just buck wild. Find a line or just try and keep it on track.
In the words of Jim Carrey, I like it a lot.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
White flag, one more to go. Kyle Kleiman, he needs to, I don't know he can take it too easy because, that can upset the truck as well, but he does have about a 3-second advantage over Chad Rayford. Rayford's now maybe getting a little pressure from Sean Morris. Last lap, anything can happen. It almost happened to Sean Morris when Densmore actually closed in on him on the last lap last year here at ERX.
If anything is going to happen, it's from this turn to the finish line. This half of the track is just brutal right now. The split lane, watch these trucks just getting shot and bounced. Look at that, just trying to
stay out of that rut, too.
And
doesn't want to catch.
And trying to stay straight. Now set yourself up for the rollers. Kyle looks like he's got this one.
He does. He's got a straight shot, an eye full of that Yamaha checkered flag. Kyle Kleiman, a two-time winner, he actually pre-jumped the top of that little kicker there. Second place, unofficially, is going to be Chad Rayford. Sean Morris, the Kenda entry, going to finish third. About a second behind Rayford. Cody Kleiman, man, he was in the top three the entire race until the end when it counts. We'll talk to our top three when we return to ERX Motor Park.
For 41 years, winning drivers in all forms of motorsports have relied on VP Racing Fuels for leading-edge technology to optimize performance and power them to the winner's circle. Now you can get the same benefit with VP Mattitives, formulated for gas and diesel engines. It's race fuel technology for your daily driver and the perfect way to clean out your fuel system and put the power back in your drive. VP Mattitives are available at your local AutoZone store. For more information, visit vpracingfuels.com.
TORC, the Off-Road Championship, is brought to you by AMSOIL, devoted to protection, and by Cooper Tires. We make tires for people, not just cars.
An awesome day, an awesome venue here at ERX in great state of Minnesota as they prepare the track for the next race. But the last race, it was an exciting one, especially if you're Kyle Kleiman, because you took your second victory of 2017 on that Ponzi entry. And once Andrew Carlson rolled over a few times, Kleiman was without a doubt the fastest man on the track. And now he's also the series points leader. Kate Swithin.
Series points leader indeed. Now you've also today experienced the ups and downs of racing. At one point thinking you had an engine problem, thrashed you to get it put together, only getting one lap in qualifying, and here you are on top of the box. Describe your day.
Hectic. It was pretty crazy. We only got one lap in qualifying, which kind of sucked. But, my brother did very well, and he got the right drop for me, I guess. So being on pole is pretty cool. Hats off to him. Thanks. Can't thank everybody enough. Maxis, Ponzi, Pro Power, J&H, Ultra Wheels, everybody else that puts on this event, the Carlson family, for making just a sweet track out here. My crew busted their butts big time to get us ready, so hats off to those guys. This one's for them, so thanks.
That first part wasn't easy for him, but he ended up on top. Kyle Kleiman.
Yeah, and he thanked his brother because he had that inverted draw. But I don't care if he started first. I don't care if or fourth or last. Kyle Kleiman was going to win this race. As you see the unofficial results there. Chad Rayford, also another strong and another second-place finish for him. And Sean Morris, when we saw that restart, he was back in fifth. I said, don't count him out, and he worked his way into third. Let's go down to Kate, who's with Mr. Rayford.
He came out saying, well, that track was a bit brutal. What did you learn about the track here today?
Just stay consistent, basically. I mean, not mess up. I had a couple of close calls, but kept her under wraps and came back second. Pretty cool to be up here with my teammate, Sean Morris. But it was a good race. I mean, got some luck there on my side, but that happens the other way all the time too. So this is pretty good.
Another second place for Chad Rayford.
Yeah, strong run by the Flying Dutchman entry of Chad Rayford. Now moving up the points standings. Rayford now into second, tied with Cody Kleiman, but it's Kyle out in front. Dropping back, Andrew Carlson basically goes from a tie what would be first to back to a tie for fourth with Cam Reimers, but don't count him out. He's still fast, and we'll still see him at the next round of TORC the Off-Road Championship. The man who won last in 2016 here at ERX finishes in third today, and that man's the Kenda Tire entry of Sean Morris. Kate?
Sean Morris is all smiles down here. Gosh, a podium with you is a great time because you're typically smiling really big. You said you're extremely happy. You capitalized on Cody's mistake right then. How did you know that was the right time?
When we came at the caution, first I said to Mikey, I got to get him in the first corner out. So they got in the way. There's no way. There's not passing here. There's barely any passing. So I just went for it. I passed him clean, and I'm happy about that. You know, it's just totally awesome. We had a dismal Chicago run, and I'm just so happy to be up here. I mean, yeah, I was chasing my buddy Rayford down, you know, and hey, the older statesman, as Scott calls me, is you know, I can still do it. I get a little tired, but you know, anyway. So you know, so I'd like to thank first and foremost Kenda Mike and Kenda for everything they do to us and for us. You know, with Mikey and me and Rayford under one awning this season, it's pretty special, and I just want to be with them and show them that we can do this.
Well, they can do it indeed. Sean Morris all smiles in third place here in Pro Light.
Well, that's the Pro Light, how it went down. But earlier we had Pro UTV racing. We had the Pro Stock UTVs and Pro Mod. Let's take a look back at the Pro Stock UTVs. On the start, Zach Martin and Jake Lunderby were out in front, but that didn't last too long. Look at CJ Greaves, the 933 on the inside. Battle of Yamahas. He gets by Martin. Martin, he doesn't back down. He gets back by Greaves, and here's the last pass that CJ made all day, except when he was going through lappers.
Yeah, CJ looked good. Had a good battle there with Martin. Like you said, you see the drivers scrapping further down the order. But the 933 of CJ Greaves did what he did at round 1 and 2. Pretty much dominant. Didn't lead every lap, but the battle late in the race, boy, raged on.
Yeah, no, it was a tremendous race in stock. We saw guys literally last-second passes. The checker flag came out after 14 full laps. And a perfect season so far for CJ Greaves as he takes the win in Pro Stock, and somebody gets the champagne celebration. Pro Modified started out with Tim Farr and Drew Schultz on the front row. Schultz took a nap on the start. Tim Farr had a mechanical issue. He was battling with Rodney Van Efferen, and then something happened to his tire. But Van Efferen was fast, but look at how tight. There are 3 guys at any given moment that could have won this race.
Yeah, it was great racing till the end. You couldn't really predict it. Here you see Tim Farr coming in. He had a flat left front, and then this got really tight.
Kyle Cheney on the Can-Am, the 891 entry. There you're seeing Zach Simic working his way up into third. But look at this. Look at how rough it got for the UTVs. This was the second to last lap. Watch the last lap when they go through there.
Ooh.
Yep, getting on the 2 wheels is Cheney, but look at how close it is. Van Efferen on the outside. He almost eats it, like we saw Andrew Carlson do. We should have known. But Kyle Cheney and the Can-Am couldn't respond. Rodney Van Efferen takes his second victory of the year. A celebration in the Pro UTV classes, the Pro Lights, but we still have some big boys. The Pro 2-wheel drives are going to be coming up here next at TORC. The Off-Road Championship presented by AMSOIL. We're at ERX Motor Park.
Trailblade Tires, the weapon of choice for wherever you want to go.
Cooper tires on the ground, go round and round, round and round, round and round. Tires on the car are warranty. And what you need, the tires on the car help keep you safe. They grip the road when you hit the brakes.
Your tires matter. So count on Cooper, an American company since 1914.
The tires on the ground go round and round.
See the breeze blowing. It's been a stiff breeze most of the day. May the wind be always at your back, right? That's what you want. Keep that dust, keep it all away from where we're at. Welcome inside our luxurious studio here in ERX Motor Park. Grant Langston, Robbie Floyd. I say that, but things are starting to cool down a little bit. A little overcast coming in. There's a chance of showers possibly. I'm hearing there's some people going, why did you jinx this? I'm just telling you like it is. It's supposed to rain tomorrow. That could change things up as well, unless we start a little early. But the track changing here.
Yeah.
We saw that a lot in the Pro Lights, the first big truck class we've seen.
Well, I felt like with the UTVs and Pro UTVs, like it started getting a little shiny on the inside where I call it like baking in that main line, and then they groomed it, and then with the Pro Light, it just changed things dramatically. It got kind of
digging in.
Yeah, they start, because they have so much power and weight, they dig down, like you said, they break that crust, and they start pushing that loose dirt up. So you've got this multi-line going on, but some of those turns, the cush, man, it's a really
you know the cush. All right, let's take a look back at that Pro Lights race we just had with Kyle Kleiman, due to his brother drawing the 4 inversion, started on the front row, but there is Cody Kleiman, who was the top qualifier, the 48.
That almost
little
got
door bang in there. Andrew Carl said he wanted to run a smarter race. He did, until one time he just threw it into that turn a little too hard, but great racing early on.
Yeah, great pass. You saw them going back and forth, and that was him trying to prevent Kleiman from getting him. Eventually, Kleiman would get his nose up the inside here.
Take over position, going to the inside. But watch Andrew Carlson. He just hooked. He caught. He didn't need that much grip on the outside, and there we're seeing it from a different angle, and spins it around, takes back off again. But then he does it again. He does it again during the race, and back on his wheels, and he takes off again, but he's just trying to salvage points. There is the second time we see, just off of camera. But again, I don't know who the chassis builder is, but he did a great job on that. Chad Rayford getting a little floppy jaw there. Checker flag comes out for the Ponzi entry of Kyle Kleiman. He started up the front. He stayed up front, and his brother got to stand on the podium with him too, finishing in third, Cody. And he said,
cool.
you know, thank you for drawing that inversion with him up in front. But he was no doubt the fastest today.
Yeah, no.
Other than Andrew Carlson was there. I mean, I think they were evenly
I was going to
matched.
say, I think pace-wise, those were the two fastest guys. But it just looked like with Kyle, he just looked more, I don't know, at ease running that pace. Whereas with Carlson, I think maybe a little bit of the, trying to impress the sponsors and your hometown crowd and everything. It adds a little more because you could tell he was trying. He drove fantastic, but
and that
corner, he took the lead there, threw the lead away there. Threw it away there and threw it away again. So.
And in that case, in that turn too, a lot of time you have to keep your foot in it, and you're kind of hoping it doesn't hook, hoping it doesn't catch.
Keyword.
It was fantastic until it wasn't.
No, exactly. And that's the thing, for these guys. It's all good. You get that feel, and then sometimes you hit that one hole, and you realize, okay, I either got to power through it, get the wheel spinning so it doesn't hook. It kind of climbs through it. But every now and then when you come in, and I think that turn, what makes it even more tricky is not just the turn. You're coming in off those whoops, and you're just trying to get the truck set up. So every time it's a little bit different where you get the weight and how you put it in.
And when
it's
you
just
have
little things.
And when you have a truck in front of you that you're maybe having to choke down a little bit tighter than you would have.
And maybe you don't even really see the line because as they land, there's that roost that comes off too.
That's true. All right, let's take a look at highlights. This is our second venue we've been to. We started out Chicagoland. Let's take a look at round one in the Pro two-wheel drives. It started off at Chicagoland. We had a joker lane. You'll see it on the second half at Chicagoland, the second half after the competition caution. You saw Luke Johnson starting to work his way up through the field, and Brad Lovell going at it, hammer and tong on two wheels. Not what you want to do, much like we've seen here, but not quite the speed there. There it is, second half of the race. Luke Johnson took that joker lane early. He got on the outside and just drove around Lovell. Lovell trying to do it here and does so, but Luke gets him back again down the back straightaway.
Yeah, it gets up the inside. These two would bump and barge. Very professional, just staying, not crashing each other out. But then this was what the controversial move was. Lovell getting a penalty from USAC for over-aggressive driving.
But he almost put him off the side there, but Mr. Ruppel, I want to say Mr. Whipple for the Charmin guy, but Ruppel takes the win in a surprising fashion, coming back looking for him. And look at that slingshot move by Brad Lovell. And you look at the tortoise. You know, the stuck turtle,
Yep,
you know,
yep.
on the road. That's what he was.
Oh, more bumping and barging. Johnson going for it. He looked good in his debut in the Pro 2.
Yes, he did. A couple of rollovers there as well. But very much like we've seen here, when you get that one area that tires tend to hook, tend to grab, you see multiple rollovers. So maybe that's a precursor of what we may see. There's the second half, where he just literally went around him and nobody saw Luke Johnson again. And his first victory in Pro 2-wheel drive. He raced one race last year and got punted. But he comes back this year on his own effort and wins his first race. And the emotion, I saw him, his mom, his dad, his brother, his sister were all at his brother's graduation in Colorado from Colorado State University. Weren't able to be there, so you saw how much it really meant to Luke. And you know, mom and dad were crying in another
Well, we
state.
also heard the story about just getting the truck together and the fact that they came down was last minute. They didn't really know. They had no testing, so I think that was a lot of it for Luke. It was a lot of time, a lot of effort, and then you go there and then to come away with a win in the first weekend of racing. We saw him on the podium, tears in his eyes. I've always said I love seeing grown men cry from pure emotion. That was awesome.
Kate Osborne, you have something you want to interject with?
I just want to talk about the challenges of this track. You know, this is so completely different, as Grant, you said, a 180 from what we saw in Chicago. But let's talk a little bit about what we're seeing here. We have those elevation changes. We have the sand, the split lanes. We have clay that has been added since 2016. I mean, these guys are up against quite a few different things. And as we pointed out at the very, very beginning, there are no notebooks on this track. So how do they combat this?
That's a great question, Kate. I mean, and the other thing, too, that we've heard is they did bring in some clay to this track to try and mix in. So different parts of the track are, as you can tell, maybe a little loamy, like we see on screen. That's coming into the split lane section, and it is definitely a little sandier. But when they go to the little bit lower elevation, like where we saw a couple guys rolling over, especially that last corner, you hit that sort of clay base, and makes it interesting. See how much loamier this turn is.
Hey, I got something. Hey, put us back on camera.
Robbie
put me
wants
back on
some TV
camera.
time.
Hey,
He wants
our
some TV
director, Brian, I just thought of something. After seeing all this, and we've only seen one qualifying race, who do you think should be the Vision Wheels Bad Mofo right now, if you were to say it? It could be a couple of guys. We had the hard charger in Andrew Carlson. We also have Kyle Kleiman, who just literally just throttled the entire time. Who would get... You know, we've got our Vision Wheels, the Twin Cities takedown.
On this award, I was wrong both times at rounds 1 and 2. So I'll keep that streak going.
Yep.
I'll probably predict the wrong guy. But if it's up to me, I'm going to go with Andrew Carlson.
Right now? You're saying Carlson's in the lead,
he was
right?
fast. He raced hard. He endoed over and over.
He's first
back
to
on the
worst.
wheels. He kept going and did it again. They rolled him over and he kept going, and he still got points.
He's the leader in your clubhouse right now?
You're my bad mofo.
It could be the Vision Wheels Bad Mofo. All right.
Yeah, at times he didn't have vision or wheels, but that's what made it more interesting.
You know, looking at this track, and they are doing the preparation for it, there's that turn that caused Andrew Carlson so many issues. There's still a lot more track on that outside that, you know, they're just not using right now. But to get this track looking so good, you need to have the people like Ziegler and the Cat helping us out. Let's take a look at this.
Ziegler Cat provided us with great equipment out here on site for ERX for this event. The soil contents, you know, ranges from clay to sand to natural terrain dirt. So it's been really great to have multiple machines for different aspects of how we do the dirt out here. It was fantastic. Everything has showed up on time. It's been reliable. They actually gave us a bunch of new equipment, you know, real low hours, everything else. The track is prepped great. The equipment made it fantastic right now. It's in primo condition. It's ready to go, and we really appreciate what Ziegler did for us.
And something I saw today, I mean, you see the bucket on that one, but we saw one of those little track loaders with a buggy.
Yeah, it was that. It was a skid steer.
But didn't
with
they have
forks.
forks? Yeah, it had forks, but he had a buggy, like a 1600 buggy on the front of it. It shows you how strong those little units are, and unbelievable.
I'll repeat your comment. That was a great cat ad right there. I mean, it looked really impressive. The buggy was bigger than the skid steer. Track looks great again.
Yeah.
Looks like anyone.
Nice
can
and
go fast.
watered in. Yeah, I could go fast out there in my rental car. Heck, a rental car rally. We still need to get Johnny Greaves to give you a ride around the track in his UTV. I don't know if my back can handle it, especially with Johnny driving. My back went out on me last week. I don't know if my back can handle it. And you want to talk about how hard. So in this section, where the track runs out on the right after that split, is a big jump. And CJ Greaves actually jumped to flat, and it hurt him a little bit. I mean, it threw him forward in his harness, and it popped his back and his shoulder. He had like noodle arm for a while. But very seldom with all the suspension that we have here do you see a guy in a Pro 4 go, man, I hit so hard, because they are so well suspended. But, I mean, there's stuff you don't see that are unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, they set these trucks up, and we used to do the same thing, whether it's motocross or whatever. Basically, on the biggest landing, you want it just to bottom out, because if not, it's too stiff. If it bottoms out everywhere, it's too soft, and that also creates problems. So when you flat land it, like you said, once there's no suspension, it hurts. It's all fun and games until you hook the underneath of the truck and it just digs in, because you feel it straight through. You're strapped in so tight on these things that it actually feels like it's pushing your butt down through the seat. So any force that comes from below, you feel it.
Mitch Dorr in the mix there. Peterson in the 2. Some of these guys coming from the sportsman categories, and it's good because they had some rule changes that enabled them to do that, to be more like the super truck class. Some of them super stock, some sportsman racers. Eric Ruppel, you see him there. He was your points leader to kick off 2017. That Maxxis purple and orange truck. Points leader as it stands right now, LJ Luke Johnson, 14. He's going to start back a bit in this Pro 2-wheel drive. Never mind, he's going to start in front row.
I was about to say, is the inversion coming? Because I see his truck in first. Well, I see his truck sideways.
There they are, lining things up. The Pro 2-wheel drives led by Luke Johnson out in front, the series points leader in Pro 2-wheel drive. And that is the Toyota Escondido Pace truck. He's ready to pull off here shortly. You look at that split section, nice and groomed, unlike what it looked like in the Pro Light division. It's going to start out smooth. Grant Langston, it's not going to end smooth. What is a Pro 2-wheel drive? Hey, bump up the horsepower, bump up the suspension. But they are now also Pro 2, unlike last year, on DOT tires. That is a big difference for these guys. Showroom tires with more horsepower, sometimes that could cause a problem.
Well, that's the thing. On a track like this, it's the unknown. These trucks have so much power, and these guys are going so fast. Can the production tires hold it? You got to be smart sometimes.
They can run interliners. That's up to them whether they want to or not. There he is, Mikey Van den Heuvel, now back in the mix. Team Van den Heuvel, part of the Sean Morris camp, and usually is in the ears of everybody, but now he's on the track. Mark Peterson, Mitch Dorr, been racing for years in the sportsman categories. Now they're side by side. Dan Badeau, Gatlin Keener in there as well. Hanegraaff, Scott Mueller. Galen Gee routing out the field. As we see green flag, time to go. It didn't look like a great start by Luke Johnson, but he's on the inside. And Mikey Van den Heuvel, he's usually working on the trucks. He finally gets to drive one, and Eric Ruppel goes all the way up to the top.
Yeah, I think this is slick conditions. He just slid and was never able to correct it. That was a horrible start for him.
There he goes, Brad Lovell. Haven't even talked about him. The Amsoil 44 is going to follow in the tracks of Luke Johnson. It's Brad Lovell and Luke Johnson. They've been the two front runners this season, and they get together more often than not. Look at this. Mikey Van den Heuvel's going to be on the inside, takes over the lead.
Wow, what a great opening lap from Van den Heuvel. You can see he chose the inside of the split and just flat landed the first jump and flat lands that finish line jump.
Into tires, Lincoln Electric, Flying Dutchman Off-Road. He is the Flying Dutchman representative in this race. As we see that Alfa Mir 77 out in front. Let's go down to Kate Osborne.
Him in the spotter stand. I asked him earlier today, what advantages does that give you here today? He says, well, he feels he can pick out lines faster than others. And he also feels that he can spot a weird spot in the track, which is an interesting point because that is what he usually looks for. He does say he likes this track because it's natural terrain. He feels like it goes along with the elements of what the area here in Elk River really is.
And Luke Johnson goes that outside, and it looks like it almost cost him once again. Is that a case of that inside just working a little better right now or not? Because it looked like Lovell had a shot to run it up underneath him.
Yeah, it's a good question right there. I mean, it looks like
Remember,
Luke,
Van den Heuvel got by him on the inside there.
And I think maybe Luke has maybe decided before the race started that was going to be the line he went for. And maybe with time, if they ever go to the inside, it'll come into play. But right now, like you said, maybe not the best option. Let's see what he does this next time around. Oh!
Somebody spun around. Is that? I don't know if that's Rayford. Was that Rayford?
It might have been. I didn't see.
Either somebody was a long ways back or that's the leader, Chad Rayford. And if that's the case, he would have spun. No, it's not.
No, that's Mueller.
What happened to him? And he must have been there for a while, probably
Scott
hoping
Mueller.
to try and fire it back up, but that wasn't the case.
Well, I
Scott
think it was
Mueller.
one of those things he couldn't back up because if he backed up, he'd be in the
Into
racing
traffic.
line. That's dangerous.
That's exactly right.
Smart man, just. Oh, maybe you're right. Maybe he couldn't get it fired up.
So yeah, he's not able to fire up. They're having to pull him off. Head back to Mueller Automotive. Not what you
I was
want.
going to say, that's not the sponsor plug you wanted right there.
No. Out of Curtis, Wisconsin. Turo tires. But this early too, only one complete lap. Only one completed lap, so a lot of race left. And for him to be in that position in there, he had to have been there for a while, just probably hoping it would fire up, hoping it. When it didn't, he was in a very compromising position.
Yeah.
Let's go to Kate Osborne.
You know, gentlemen, maybe you guys can speak to this. I was talking to Luke Johnson earlier today about the split lanes and that sand, and he said sand on the surface of a track is really like the black sheep of surfaces. He says it's really interesting. You kind of go from driving a truck to kind of driving a boat as it's constantly moving. It says it's a very uncomfortable feeling, kind of out of control, but a very good word picture to say that you're going from a truck to a boat.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a pretty good analogy right there. It's sometimes it's tough to try and explain to people at home what you're trying to get across. So, like you said, with a boat, it's basically almost like you're kind of floating and gliding on that loose dirt. So, good analogy there.
Yeah, sand is you're either a sand rider or you're not. There's not too many people. I mean, you raced motocross and you did pretty darn well in the sand, but I don't necessarily think that of South African dirt. I think of hard pack when I think of that, maybe unnecessarily, but when you went to Holland and stuff, it was a different world.
Oh yeah, you had to learn very quick. And Luke Johnson, a smart racer. I know his dad is tuning in right now. I just got a text in my ear. RJ, enjoy it. Let's see what your boy does.
Yeah, and I know RJ and Ricky'd be picking it apart and knowing what, because right now he sees that Rayford is faster. Where is he faster? What could I be telling my son right now how to turn it up? Or
we might not be able to repeat that on air.
No, Ricky's usually pretty good. It's his son, but he still looks at it away a bit. But yeah, after the first practice, he was talking to him and talking about setup adjustment stuff. And this is a brand new truck for Luke Johnson too. So as they're trying to line up, again, I'm not sure why they took the halfway, the cut over there that time, and they weren't ready to take the green that particular time. Maybe they hadn't gotten Mueller off of the course yet, and the safety crew. There's Mater. Mater's back in it, Gatlin Keener. I thought I saw Mater tumbling today.
That's a different Mater.
It isn't?
Yeah.
Might have been. I don't know what it was, but I thought I saw Mater doing a cartwheel.
And my apologies. I said Rayford earlier. I was talking about Van der Heuvel.
They're buddies.
Well, their trucks even look alike.
No, they're both Flying Dutchman entries. So it was Scott Mueller that brought out that yellow flag, but only one lap completed, but still, Mikey Van den Heuvel, the 77 Kenda entry in front of Luke Johnson. Johnson didn't get the best jump either, but Mikey did.
Yeah, Van den Heuvel got a great jump there.
And look,
more than anything, he timed it.
Look at the 44.
Oh!
And somebody's spinning around. They're going to have to go back at it. Now the race has just gotten longer.
Cody Conrad, but he's going to, I think, get that truck spun back around. Oh, look at Luke. Now
Luke had a better line going in that time, though.
Yeah, he got a great drive, and he's close. So now they've got some separation. So if you're Luke, you don't have to worry about looking behind you or listening to your spot. It's just about where can I try and make a move.
The race is back there for third. Brad Lovell, he was right on the tail end of Luke Johnson, but now that race for third as Brad Lovell, Peterson going door to door. Peterson's actually taking over third now. Toyota, the number 2 Toyota entrant now. Brad Lovell going to the outside. But look, it's a right-hand turn first. Whoa! Peterson launches it. Broken Dirty was flying.
Yeah, he went for it there, and you saw caught a little air underneath. The front end was up high.
Broken Dirty was getting broken squirrely there for a while. He was saying, all right, I can keep my foot in it, going a little wide there, opening the door. I don't know, I do that too many times.
Yeah, exactly. Lovell was pretty nice there. As they split. Who was that on the outside?
Somebody's trying to get by Lovell.
Yeah, riding the cush.
That's Ruppel. Ruppel now working his way up. We saw him on that first lap having problems. So Ruppel up in there. Lovell into third now. Peterson fourth. Mitch Dorr into the top 5. Looking at him right there. That's Mitch Dorr. Again, always a front runner in the sportsman categories. Now in the Pro 2s, little different trucks, but the caliber of drivers a little different. Brad Lovell's been racing all across the country, literally across the country, in other forms of racing, whether it be rock crawling or other off-road adventures, and has been winning. And here, he's trying to win in Pro 2 because he should be a front runner.
Yeah, and he usually is. Like you said, sitting in third. And
without that penalty, he would have won the first round, but it dropped him back to fourth.
Costly penalty. We see some lap traffic slowing down, but Van den Heuvel still holding that lead. Got a bit of a cush. 3.3 seconds in the lead over Luke Johnson.
You're seeing Mikey out there, and he's not a full-timer necessarily. He might have to pick up more races if he's going to keep winning like he is now. Let's go to Kate Osborne.
Well, as a side note, Mikey Van den Heuvel actually tested here for 70 laps before Chicago. He said that truck is dialed for this track, from the gearing to the shocks, and as you can see, he's extremely comfortable out there today.
Okay, one of the things we heard is the guys that did test, they said the track's different than it was then. They brought in different dirt. It's just not reacting the same. Man, he's over that. He just doubled he landed the downside of that. That has to be a 10th or two.
Yeah, no, he's got that, like Kate was saying, the testing, I think it's really helped him because you can see the truck it's very planted. He can get it to rotate coming in. See there, looked like a slight bit of push, but you look at someone like Luke Johnson, he had more of a push coming in that turn. So I think for Mikey coming out here, getting some those 70 laps in, even if the track's a little bit different, I still think he hit the nail on the head when it came to setup. That truck looks solid.
Yeah, and you see even coming over that big launch jump there, the attitude of that truck nice and smooth. He's done well here, though. Look at him throwing it in. There's the in between first and second. Luke Johnson back 3.5 seconds. Luke out of position there. He's a little too tight and facing the wrong direction. Trying to bring it down. Luke having to deal with his chicken brake, his turning brake's working this week where it wasn't at the last stop. Let's go down to Kate Osborne.
We talk about these guys racing in other series to have some good seat time. Well, Luke raced Baja 500 as a top qualifier in the trophy truck spec with, as he described it, as a fat Pro 2. He carried that momentum from Chicago to there and is hoping to carry that momentum here today.
Yeah, I forgot about LJ doing the Baja 500.
Seemed like he changed his technique there a little bit. Seemed like brake a little bit earlier. Got on the gas.
I was trying to arc it. I was trying to offer my thoughts in that turn there, how he was jumping out and setting up into the turn. A good drive. It's all about the second half of the race. When you've got a good gap in front and behind, find something. Right there, he found something. That truck pivoted. It turned better. It wasn't pushing from going so tight.
Yeah,
he's learned something right now.
He's adjusting his driving style based on the way the truck and the track is developing.
In that double section, those whoops as we call them, Vandenheuvel looks a lot better than he does in that. That can be just a total suspension setup, the way the weight of the truck is as well. You have compression, you have rebound you have to deal with. Yep, there's the leader right there, 77. Mikey Vandenheuvel, Kenda Tires. Again, a lot of times he's in the ear of Sean Morris in the Pro Light, the Flying Dutchman off-road racing, Lincoln Electric. Big name in short course off-road racing. His dad's, I'm sure, probably up there in the spotter stand, nervous as can be, wanting to be out there racing himself.
Yeah, he's driving great right now. The truck looks good. His lines are good. And let's not take...
Yeah, he looks good there.
Yeah, and let's not take anything away from Luke Johnson. He's adjusted his driving style, and now he's been hovering about 3 seconds behind. Now we've got the competition caution. Is he going to be able to do something in the second half?
He better found something. Brad Lovell back there in third. Peterson and Ruppel rounding out the top 5. 7 laps down, 7 more to go here at ERX. Things are starting to get good, but Mikey Vandenheuvel looks the fastest so far.
When it comes to protecting your engine, AMSOIL offers the next level performance truck owners demand. AMSOIL provides 75% more engine protection against horsepower loss and wear than required by a leading industry standard, extending the life of pistons and cams. Give the vehicle you love the above and beyond fortification it deserves. AMSOIL, devoted to protection.
Rugged radios. Work, race, play.
Hey, Steve, where you at?
Experience clear communications through headsets or helmet kits.
I'm up on the hill to your right. Oh, there you are.
Talk vehicle to vehicle.
Keep radio contact going. Copy?
Talk to passengers.
Copy that, I gotcha.
And stream your favorite music. Complete communications for UTVs, base camp, toy haulers, or off-road vehicles. Rugged Radios, the authority in communications.
Looking at everybody lined up, the new viewing areas at ERX Motor Park. That's that final straightaway, a rough straightaway, especially if you just saw the Pro Lights finish up. That last lap, things got a little nutty. Not only the UTVs, but the Pro Lights as well. If you're Mikey Vandenheuvel, you did not want to see the competition caution come. You wanted that to be over with because you had a 3.9 second advantage over Luke Johnson. If you're Luke Johnson, you know it's go time right now. Same thing for Brad Lovell, Eric Ruppel, Peterson, Dor Conrad. It's go time, and it looks like Mikey's gone. He's trying to check out. A good start. Oh, man, did he catch the rail?
Luke caught it. He broke the front end. Look at the front wheel. It's toast. He got the trail arm.
Mental error, too, trying to go that inside, that A-arm. Something's broke on the right front of Luke. He hit
the minute he hit it, the front wheel just turned in. and basically now he's a passenger.
Yep, that is not what you wanted to see if you're the series points leader. Luke Johnson. Now Brad Lovell's going to have to be the next guy to push up there, or is it Eric Ruppel? Ruppel's moved into second. I mean, what is going on? Because Ruppel won that first round, and you're like, okay, good start, but he is flat out passing people right now. Just got by one of the series best in Brad Lovell.
Yeah, quite impressive there. Ruppel having a good season so far. 2017 starting off the right way. And for Van den Heuvel, he just has this track dialed at the moment. I think Luke Johnson wanted to go after him immediately, and just a simple little mistake there. And I believe we're under a full course caution. We see the yellow flags waving.
I'm wondering if Luke was able to get off the track or not, or
he might be stuck in the section up ahead where it's all nasty.
Might not have been able to turn out of it. We'll have to find out. Man, unfortunate for Luke Johnson. Turtle action there with Luke Johnson stuck on the berm trying to get off the track and high centered.
That's one way to get the truck off there.
Yeah, that might have to lift up that front end.
Yeah, when you got one wheel looking London heading Tokyo, that's not a good thing.
Ricky's going to be sending you some angry texts, I'm quite sure. And not his best work. I'll say it. I'll say that. That going that inside and hitting it, because I don't think it was a debris. I don't think he was getting roosted that lost his sight.
No, I think he just went in there, was enthusiastic, tried to cut up the inside, powered it.
All right, let's go to Kate Osborne.
A definitely disappointing day for the points leader, Luke Johnson, wanting to carry that momentum in from Chicago. Looking at his team over here, talking to them a little bit, they said it's a tire rod that broke. Unfortunate day for Luke Johnson.
We call those tie rods. Tie rods, Kate. Tie rods. It's like a tire without the R.
Well, I just learned something new, too.
Yeah, and that'll help you go left or right. And right now he's got one wheel that's going neither. It's going left and right. That's not good. Now he's got it kind of straightened up right there while he's holding on to that spot. Be gentle. So if they can get him off and got a tie rod ready, maybe he can get back out there. We're on the second half of the race, but another full course caution could help him out.
Oh.
Yeah, once that wheel, if it takes off one direction, she's done. Yeah, got to hold it in there. Once it gets locked out one way, it's done city.
That's really going to hurt the point situation for Luke.
Yep. So after the unfortunate incident with Luke Johnson hitting the concrete barrier, that's going to take him out of a chance for the lead. Brad Lovell now will be up into second behind Mike Van den Heuvel. The 77 has been unrivaled today. I mean, he started near the front, and he's been out in front the entire time. And Eric Ruppel back in third in that Maxxis entry, he's looked pretty strong as well.
Yeah, look at him. He got a great drive there, all over Lovell. Lovell lands clean on the backside of that jump.
Look at Ruppel squaring up that outside. He's wanting to go inside now, or he doesn't have to, but he's got all that momentum going.
Yeah, he's got a good run. How's this going to work out? They scrub some speed.
He's swapping a little bit, though. He was going left and right more than I expected.
I mean, they're all off.
It's getting thick. It's getting deep over there. Millville Motocross is known to have the whoop monster, but that section over there, that's its own monster.
Yeah, it's a monster of whoops. And trust me, folks, it's a lot. Those rollers are bigger in real life than it is on TV. They are above, waist. So what's that, 3 to 4 feet tall? That's why these trucks, even with all that suspension, struggle a little bit to keep it clean through there. Who's not struggling is Van der Heuvel. He has just looked good since the drop of that green flag. That truck just so planted.
Like he started on that front row with Luke Johnson, but he's been fast. Eric Ruppel, the one back in third. You see that Maxxis truck with that orange and purple shining bright. He's moved up 6 spots. He's been our biggest mover. He's keeping his foot in it, even if he's sideways. You have to.
Yeah, he's really come out of a shell in 2017, stepping it up, now going off the level. He looks aggressive, but he also looks like he's in control while doing it.
Ruppel out of Wisconsin, Maxxis T&H transmission, T&J landscape helping him out and getting a face full of dirt from the Amsoil 44 of Brad Lovell.
Just eating roost right there. And look at that side of that bodywork starting to come off. Not the end of the world. It's just more of a visual thing than anything else.
As a rider or driver, though, if you're the guy in front and you can give that guy a face full, you're okay with that.
You have to.
Yeah, you're okay with that.
You need to do it on purpose.
Yeah.
You need to ruin his vision. If he can't see where he's going, he can't pass you.
Can't see when you drive, just like fighters. You can't fight if you can't breathe.
Yeah.
Brad's starting to get through there pretty good. Am I seeing a little smoke, but it might be fiberglass into the tire. And he started off practice horribly. His first lap, first turn of practice, he went to make a right-hand turn, truck went straight, and he hit a concrete barrier and had to change the spindle out on it. That was yesterday. So things are looking up for Brad Lovell. Yes. He's still 4 3/4 seconds behind Mike Van den Heuvel.
Yeah, it just seems like, at least for this race, Van den Heuvel has been borderline untouchable. I think Luke was starting to figure some things out and maybe could have given him a slight run, but
you see it looks like rails right there. You
Yeah.
see the inner and outer lines there?
Yep.
He was trying to put one set of wheels in it and the other not.
yeah, these guys searching for lines. You see now they're starting to do that crossover, but they're clipping that back.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's why now it's find that decent line. Because the last thing you want to do is get out of the throttle, because that'll just bring Lovell, Ruppel, Peterson, all them up with.
Johnson wasn't able to get the truck going. He's 8 laps down now. Peterson and Hanegraaff rounding out the top 5. They're tight in there, about 10, 11 seconds behind the leader, Mikey Van den Heuvel. In his first race for 2017, I wonder how many more he has on the docket, especially if he's running like he is right now.
Oh.
Not
Now
good
you got
for Conrad.
Conrad,
Second time we've seen Cody Conrad with problems and another Kenda Tire truck out there, and that could bring out the yellow, and that's not what Van den Heuvel wants to see. If it's a full course caution, Van den Heuvel loses all that advantage, and that's the case. There he goes.
Yep.
Van den Heuvel, that's going to tighten up Lovell and Ruppel, and we started seeing a few mistakes by Van den Heuvel there until that caution, so things are going to get interesting with 4 more laps to go here in the Pro 2-Wheel Drive. Nice statue there with the yellow flag win. Mitch Dorr, Monster Energy 20. He's in 7th. So that helped him. He was 22 seconds behind. Now he's only going to be about 5.
Speaking about Dorr, not Mitch Dorr, but it looks like Ruppel needs to close his door on that right side. The way the bodywork's falling off, it's like
he doesn't have the aero advantage of the other two. Van den Heuvel, he won't even need any water. He's just going to need a air tank just to blow the dirt off of that thing. He hadn't seen much roost today.
There's the door.
Yeah, the whole right side coming off again. That is just cosmetic, but it's fiberglass you don't necessarily want to have to pay for.
And Maxxis don't want it to fall off either.
Yeah, I know. He got so much. And he said the color didn't turn out. That wasn't the plan. But I'm sure glad they did it that color, because, I mean, it is very
well, that's
easy
what he told
to
him.
see.
Yeah, it's another one of those. You got to see it in person to appreciate how bright and vibrant the colors are.
Yeah, he did well.
Like he was telling us, he didn't mean to, but everyone complimented.
He's like, oh, okay.
And he's like, oh, yeah. And even Maxxis said, love the truck. Looks
Very
sweet.
nice.
I like
the Maxxis tires on the side.
Just close your door.
Just shut your door.
Hit the lock button.
Yeah. You're good with your Borat there. You're on it today.
You should hear my South African accent.
Oh, no. As we see the Toyota Vescandido pace truck leading them around once again. I wonder if Brad Lovell can find something. He lost 4.5 seconds after the restart, but we started seeing some mistakes of Van and Hubel. If you get somebody really close to you and you can't necessarily run the fast lines, you run the protected lines, it can make you make mistakes.
Yeah.
You can force those mistakes.
You know, anyone, you know, it's like you can tell people, you know, if you go and just do your own thing by yourself, whatever it is, your sport, your hobby, it's all good. And then someone puts some pressure or they upset your program, then you're not thinking about yourself. You're worried about everything else.
So Conrad towed off to the side, so we get the word that they will start this next time around. So now that they start nose to tail, another restart with 4 more laps to go. Van den Heuvel, he doesn't wait until he gets up to that jump. He goes ahead and gets into it, but I think that helped Lovell.
Yeah.
Lovell got a pretty good start.
Lovell knew what was coming that time around. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice. No, wrong way around.
You know, I'm thinking about it. I saw how tight that Brad Lovell was also into that right-hand turn. What we saw happen to Luke Johnson, those guys are testing that inside a lot more. And look at that. Testing that right door again is Eric Ruppel, as well as Peterson. That's the sketchiest turn of all right now.
Problem.
Ruppel's out.
I think the same thing.
Something broke.
It almost looked like the same thing as Luke Johnson. Is that a tire rod they went? I saw a wheel, the right wheel. Don't tell me he clipped the same.
He got into the hole. He got into the side maybe of Lovell, and something might have snapped. That's what happened. Typically a tie rod or something like that could snap, and that right tire just says, I'm out of here. And not pointing the direction I need to be.
Now you can see how big that berm is. These trucks are getting beached. That's why Luke Johnson, you can see his old skid marks there. From where the
We'll see what happened as they went in this left-hand turn. And this is the sketchiest turn because, again, it looks like train tracks making a left.
Yeah, this is already
it's already
happened.
It already happened. It was the hairpin where it could have broke.
Yeah, you see the truck just digs in there. So pretty sure it, because it didn't look to me like he clipped the barrier like Luke did a little bit earlier. I think it happened in that turn prior to where we saw the truck's going to make contact and bump, and it must have just got just a weird, awkward angle and somehow broke that front end.
You look at that split section there, and people probably wonder, well, why don't you cross lanes in there? Well, there's why. Look how tall that berm is in the middle.
That's like 5 foot tall.
Let's look at this. Ruppel, the third truck in your picture.
Yeah, I think right there. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then watch your wheel. See, it's turning right. Yeah, he's turning left. It's going right. Now watch your wheel again. It's going right.
Keep it straight
it's
here.
Going right.
It's when he makes the adjustment here in just a second, it's going to say, I'm out of here.
Yeah, and now one turn back, one turn back.
Yeah,
he tries, then watch.
Then it gets locked out. With a tie rod broke like that, it gets locked out on full turn right. So you got that right tire turned right. If it's straight, it'll hold on to straight for a second because the other tie rod will hold it somewhat. But yeah, once it gets fully crossed over, you're not gonna get it back again. But that is the exact same thing we saw happen to Luke Johnson. One hits a concrete barrier, the other hits a truck. Neither one of them moved. Mark Peterson, you're loving it. You're in third now. He's just sitting back, watching it all happen. Mitch Dorr moves into the top 5 again. If this were a kart race or something like that, and they could pull in the hot pit, slap a tie rod on, and get back out. Right now, it's taking it forever just to get out.
Yeah, that's a hard part. Is trying to.
That right tire's going to be plowing too. Watch. He's going. Yeah, and unless that thing can get straight, putting that forward to the test on that. Just try and get him off the side of the track is what they're trying to do right there.
Oh, there's a wheel coming back.
Yeah, once it gets there, it can kind of hold it there for a bit. But if he goes to turn it, it's Dunsky. Toyota of Escondido pace truck leading the way. Vanden Heuvel's going, what do I have to do? They didn't complete a lap. He's got to go 4 more again. Some of these guys have been putting fuel you know, they're going to go, man, I wasn't expecting this 14-lap race to be a 21-lap race.
And the attrition rate at this point, we've lost a lot of good trucks.
Right. 13 to start. Looks like got about 6, 7 going now.
Yeah, 7 left. My math isn't always the best, but that's almost 50%.
Almost. So Mike Vanden Heuvel ready to pick it up. The back half of 4 more laps to go. He's saying, what do I have to do to win this thing? Brad Lovell right behind him. Vanden Heuvel this time starts slower, but there he is. Lovell's right there with him, ready to get on the throttle and go. 4 laps to go for this 14-lap final, the Pro 2-wheel drives. Peterson in third. Looks like Hanegraaff now starting to get in there close with him as well. You see the 2 of Peterson. This is a sketchy turn. Oh, that was nice. That was nice. They got that outside tires on that inside rut, and they didn't have to worry about all 4 of those tires to deal with.
So everyone choosing the same line through up the inside. Peterson holding on to that podium. This would be a great result for him. Great drive. Just being hounded at the moment. So Vanden Heuvel still leads Lovell, Peterson, Hanegraaff.
I think that's Dorr.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's the same.
Hard timing to score and hadn't picked it up necessarily. Looks like Mitchell
Yeah,
Dorr.
it is Dorr. Yeah.
In that spot at 20.
Lost Hanegraaff. So yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah, Mitch Dorr. And then the front end get a little high, going into the wind there as well. And these are 2 guys that been racing sportsman competition. Oh, turned a little too tight. Peterson did there, but made the adjustment. But racing sportsman, but the Pro 2 class, some of the engine and the modifications that they could do to the truck kind of came back to them. They had to, they're all using the same type of head, unlike years past. That's why you don't see the Toyotas in there. That Wasada head is not made for that Toyota power plant. So these guys say, all I've got to do is a few more adjustments for my sportsman truck, and now I can run Pro 2. I can do that. And right now you're seeing Peterson and Dorr 3rd and 4th as they sit on the track right now.
Yeah, that's great to see, especially when you can, if you can race your truck in more than one series, then, I think it's good for the sport, it's good for the series, it's good for numbers. Woo. Yeah. That afternoon breeze, you can see the flag still blowing. It's been pretty breezy out there. And over that jump, they're jumping straight into the wind.
Yeah, and the thing is,
catches it.
With that jump dropping away, even if you're flat, you still can't see squat. Still can't tell, is that engine smoke or tire smoke against the fiberglass? There's that race for the final podium spot. Mitch Dorr on the outside line. He'll square it up a little earlier. Mitch Dorr is doing pretty good. Don't count him out. Again, both of these guys very accomplished in sportsman categories. And both of those guys getting a little front end high over the bigger jumps.
I think that's partly to do with just continuing to accelerate off the face. It's that time of the day where everyone's pushing it. You can see the shadows are getting long, the track's getting dried out, the lines are chewed up. It's now just a matter of putting your truck to the test, believing in your ability and your line selection. Look at that. Starting to see some blue groove. Oh, once again,
and that's
front end high.
Expected. Peterson. From Wisconsin, Peterson's Dairy, Kenda Tires, Vargo Tool and Die. Mikey Vanden Heuvel slow. Yellow flag has come out. Oh my gosh, are we going to have another restart for him with a couple of laps to go?
Yep.
And when you're in front, you're like, what am I going to have to do to win this? You've been there before. It's like getting a whole shot into Supercross and them throwing out the red flag twice.
we've already seen restarts inside, 4 laps. It just keeps happening for Mikey Vandenheuvel, as Rundhog is off of the track, but he's still yet on the track. So he's still in a compromising position. They have to pull him off. Seeing a lot of smoke, maybe some overheating in that truck. He pulled the wheel off, but now it goes back on.
I wonder if he went over.
So as we clear him out, we'll start back with the Pro 2-wheel drive. But again, only 2 laps left. And once again, that 3.5-second lead that Vandenheuvel had over Brad Lovell is gone. If I'm Vandenheuvel, I'm going, what does it take to win this race? If I'm Brad Lovell, going, come on, dude, you still got a chance.
Yeah.
There's 2 laps. I'm not looking for him to break, but get faster. Find something. What am I not doing right? Why is he faster than me? Do it. I'm giving myself, I'm pumping him up. I'm pumping myself up.
Yeah, it's starting to pump me up.
We're going to pump you up. Man, you did Borat today. Now you've done Arnold Schwarzenegger, your former governor. Somebody tested the berm.
Yeah, I was going to say somebody. Oh, that is
it's Peterson.
You see, Lovell's got some smoke coming out from that right rear.
Probably getting.
I don't know if it's a brake or yeah.
Well, it need to be a brake or a
if
seal.
If we're outside, maybe we could smell what it was.
Yeah, it could be a seal going out. A rear axle. No, not that kind of seal.
My bad.
Maybe that's why we're not seeing Vandenheuvel close in, or him closing in on Vandenheuvel. So once again, 2 laps remaining in the Pro 2-wheel drive final, and Brad Lovell, we thought we might have seen a little smoke out of the right rear of his, maybe a seal, maybe brake issues, but he still has a chance. Peterson, Dorr, Hanegraaff, you still have a chance. But Mikey Vandenheuvel still has a fast truck, and if he keeps that thing on 4 wheels and running as strong as he has, it's not going to be close.
Yeah, you never know.
Dorr's going to get a good run on Peterson now in 3rd. The 2 of Peterson, the 20 of Dorr. And Gavin Keeter's in there, and Mader is giving him fits.
Yeah, this battle.
Hanegraaff. Hanegraaff's in the 23 that looks like a Mader. Going up that finish line jump, he just pulled away that first lap. Just trying to check out. This is still completing that first lap, so still 2 laps to go in this one. We'll get the white flag the next time around.
Looks like Mike got pushed a little bit to the left there on landing. Backed off, straightened it up, got a good drive.
Perfect attitude of the truck there.
You can hear a little bit of brake and gas, trying to change the attitude. But see, in that corner right there, he is able to get that thing sideways coming in, and it doesn't hook and want a bicycle that we saw with a lot of other trucks.
It was the angle he was attacking it at. His spotter's got to be saying, hey man, don't get so crazy. Look, you got to lead. You can see him out your left side, the door there. Don't throw this thing away out in front by 4 seconds, 5 seconds.
Yeah, he's been dominant today. I mean, just fast from drop the green flag. You could probably throw another 10 cautions and he's still got this race.
Exactly right. First race for 2017 for Mike Vandenheuvel. Here the flipping in the air, keeping it going, landing with the throttle back on again. Staying just outside that red instead of fighting it.
Just between him and the truck, just through that corner, absolutely flawless. Beautiful to watch.
Make sure he's straight heading into this section one more time. And yep, left-hand turn, he can see that Yamaha checkered flag and the Kendra Tires 77 of Mike Vandenheuvel in his 2017 debut takes the win in Pro 2-wheel drive. Brad Lovell unofficially finishes second in his AMSOIL 44. looks like Peterson going to round out the top 3. Mark Peterson, number 2, will be on the podium as well, and we'll hear from our top 3 when we return. Pro 2 has been decided. It was a long one, but Mike Van Den Heuvel was definitely the fastest.
When it comes to protecting your engine, AMSOIL offers the next level performance truck owners demand. AMSOIL provides 75% more engine protection against horsepower loss and wear than required by a leading industry standard, extending the life of pistons and cams. Give the vehicle you love the above and beyond fortification it deserves. AMSOIL, devoted to protection.
Cooper tires on the ground go round and round, round and round, round and round. Tires on the car are warranty. And what you need, the tires on the car help keep you safe. They grip the road when you hit the brakes.
Your tires matter. So count on Cooper, an American company since 1914.
The tires on the ground go round and round.
TORC, the Off-Road Championship, is brought to you by VP Racing Fuels, the official fuel of TORC, and by Atturo, the tire with the style you want and the performance you need.
So as they're getting ready, we're going to hear from our top 3 here in just a moment. And yeah, the points getting all switched around when you see Luke Johnson, the points leader, having to exit the track before even or right at the halfway point. Welcome back to ERX Motor Park. Pro 2-wheel drive has completed, and without question, a dominant performance from the Kenda Tire 77 of Mike Van Den Heuvel, taking his first victory in his first race of 2017.
To say that this win means a lot is an understatement. Mikey, the amount of restarts that we had for you, we were all nervous, wondering what you were thinking during that time. Could you hold them off? What was going on in your mind that last restart?
I wouldn't say I had nerves, but you never know what somebody's going to try. I didn't know my spotter Rayford was keeping me clear the whole race. I knew we had the best truck out there today with these Kenda tires. We just do what we're going to do every time we're out now.
Simply put, wow, what a win for Mikey Van Den Heuvel.
And Mikey getting the opportunity to race a truck. He's been a racer all along, but he's been working on the truck in the ears as a spotter, and now he gets to race, and it shows you he's always a racer. He didn't stop. He just took a little break for a while. Van Den Heuvel, Lovell, Peterson, the top 3, your unofficial results. Luke Johnson, the points leader, not even in that top 10. Brad Lovell, he's going to probably move up in the series points, and a smile. He just didn't have enough for Mikey. I wonder what the difference was, Kate.
That's exactly what I was curious to, Robbie. What was the difference maker between you and Mikey?
Well, you know, we're watching lap times, and I think he had 2/10 on us at the start. We were getting faster. He was slowing up a little bit. With all those cautions, something happened to the shifter cable, so all I had was third. And, you know, getting the out and going, it was all right. But they made us work for it with those restarts. So I got to tell you, Mikey drove a hell of a race. And, boy, I think we'd have something with him if we had all our gears there. I was having a hell of a time getting it rotated back in the back there. But, you know, we're about going fast. And, you know, just got one more step here before we win out here. I really like this track out at ERX. Huge thanks to my family and team, AMSOIL, Cooper Tires, Spider Tracks, you know, all these guys out here. Rugged Radios is out here supporting the racers and everything. So huge thanks to the racers and TORC and ERX for having us.
Brad Lovell, second place here.
So that was the answer. He lost part of his shifting abilities. And what about the abilities of all of our drivers just managing this course? We still have Pro 4-wheel drive coming up here in a bit. But Mark Peterson also finishing on the podium. His first year in Pro 2-wheel drive, but he started out of Chicago with a 7th and 8th. This is a cancer survivor that survived this race and put it on the box. He's going to move up in points. And this is a sportsman now living with the big guns and did well. Let's send it down to Kate Osborne, who's with Mr. Peterson.
Well, racing is one of those things that you just never know what you're going to get. And for Mark Peterson today, it was a battle and a handful. But he ended up on the podium saying that, man, this podium means so much to you. Why is it so important here today?
Well, coming off last year Super Truck and stepping into Pro 2 and wanting to do good here also, especially for Kenda Tires and all my sponsors. It really means a lot.
There you have it, Mark Peterson, third place, his first podium in Pro 2.
Well, we're going to get the boys up to the podium for a little champagne celebration in just a second. Meantime, we'll step aside and be right back after this. When it comes to renting, what you need is more. More choices, more locations, more access. More is exactly what you get from the Cat Rental Store. At the Cat Rental Store, we've got the machine made for the work you do. But more than that, you'll find a wide variety of specialized machines.
As we take a look at the championship points after 3 rounds in Pro 2-wheel drive, Brad Lovell 3 points over Mitch Dorr. Luke Johnson drops back now 11 markers behind. But you see, Mark Peterson goes from 6th to 5th. The former cancer survivor is now on the podium in Pro 2-wheel drive. Let's send it down to Kate Osborne, who's with Mr. Peterson. Working a little TV magic here for people watching on TORCseries.com, letting you back in behind some of the stuff there. You saw trying to figure out those points with the drivers, and you see the course workers trying to work things out. We get ready. We still have one more race to go, don't we? And we still have one race to go, the Pro 4-wheel drives, and in it, the top 2 drivers, father and son, Johnny and CJ Greaves. What a duo.
I mean, my dad and I are definitely very close. Everything we do, we're trying to learn something from each other the whole time, and it's really cool to be able to have that. I think he really appreciates everything I say to try to help him go faster, and I appreciate everything he says and does to help me go faster. I mean, as a team, we want both trucks to be up front and not have to worry about anyone but each other, and being able to put on a good race for ourselves and our team and our sponsors and everything like that. If he's beat me in a corner, somebody better tell me where he's beating me, because we can't be having that, and I think he feels the same way.
He's doing something on the track.
I mean, my dad and I are definitely very close. Everything we do, we're trying to learn something from each other the whole time, and it's really cool to be able to have that. I think he really appreciates everything I say to try to help him go faster, and I appreciate everything he says and does to help me go faster. I mean, as a team, we want both trucks to be up front and not have to worry about anyone but each other, and being able to put on a good race for ourselves and our team and our sponsors and everything like that. If he's beat me in a corner, somebody better tell me where he's beating me, because we can't be having that, and I think he feels the same way.
He's doing something on the track almost every time he's out there that baffles me, because he has his own style. The thing that impresses me more than anything is the way he makes passes and comes through traffic, and when you see him in the cup race come from last and past 20 guys to win, and the truck looks perfect on the podium, it's like, how did he do that? You know, I got to pass 5 guys and I destroy my truck.
I'm more precise. I want to have a point picked out and have my truck there every lap, but he comes in as like wide open as fast as I can come in it and throw it as hard as I can and still make the corner. That seems good.
He spent a lot of years watching me do a lot of dumb stuff and wreck equipment, and I don't think about second or third, or that's all I got that day. And I think if I can't win, I'm gonna die trying. When CJ and I are on the track now in the Pro 4, and him and I can get clear and just have one of these all-out battles, I'm honestly not even thinking about the end of the race or the win or anything. I'm just thinking about how much fun it is to be able to race with your kid as hard as I can. I'm giving it everything he got. He's giving everything he's got. We're racing inches off each other and racing clean, and someday I won't be doing this anymore, and I want to remember these all-out crawls with CJ.
Championships don't come easy, and we put a lot of work into them, but we won Pro 2 now 3 years in a row, and Pro 4 2 years in a row, our first 2 years out. And it's definitely a cool thing to have on your resume and this and that, but in the off season, I'm not looking at it like I was a champion, I don't have anything to work on. When the final race is over and that night is done, you are the champion for that day. After that, 2017 starts. So from there on out, it's a clean slate, and to me, it's determination to go do it again. What I got to do to make myself better the next year to be able to do it one more time.
We'll see the dynamic duo coming up next, Pro 4-wheel drives, but still, Keegan Kincaid, Scott Douglas, Kent Brasho, Ross Hook, Jake Fleischman, they might have something to say about who's going to win Pro 4 coming up next.
For 41 years, winning drivers in all forms of motorsports have relied on VP Racing Fuels for leading-edge technology to optimize performance and power them to the winner's circle. Now you can get the same benefit with VP Mattitives, formulated for gas and diesel engines. It's race fuel technology for your daily driver, and the perfect way to clean out your fuel system and put the power back in your drive. VP Mattitives are available at your local AutoZone store. For more information, visit vpracingfuels.com.
As we're trying to look on our phone, see what's happening around the world, we're still looking for people. Make sure they ask us questions and do what they will at TORC Off-Road, TORCseries.com. Grant Langston, you got a question for him? I'm Robbie Floyd. I got a lot of questions, not many answers. But still have one more race to go, but a lot of social media stuff to do as well. Has anybody hit you up, ask any good questions? Ask what's your plans tonight? I know you're talking about, cart and something. There's got to be questions out there. Kate Osborne, are you getting any questions? Are people hitting you up?
Well, I sure hope they will hit us up, because I am in the pits all morning before we go racing, and I have the chance to answer some of these questions, especially if it has to do with some of these drivers, whether it be the Greaves, the Kincaids, Mikey Vanden Heuvel, the Sean Morris, any of these guys, Luke Johnson, Cam Ramers, any of these guys you want to ask a question, let me know, because I can probably get it answered. And if you have a question for Robbie, Grant Langston, we do want to hear from you. We want to interact. We want you to be part of our TORC community at these events. So make sure you let us know if we can get any questions answered. Maybe you have some comments, some feedback. We want to hear from you. But we are going trackside here with those Pro 4s, and we were just hearing about the Greaves family. What a connection and combination that Johnny and CJ have. What a fun time, a father-son duo that would be, right?
Yeah, it'd be good.
Well, even just watching those highlights, you could see, like, you know, talking about, and Johnny said at times they're inches apart. Well, at times they're banging on each other, ripping body parts off. But a question that I've been asked, and I kind of feel like it's, no matter how it's worded, I get asked this a fair bit, but it's, what is the main difference between motocross, you know, meaning two-wheel and then four-wheel? Like, what is the biggest difference? You know, and there's a lot of similarity between racing, just how the track changes, how you set up your mentality, line selection, all that stuff. But so to answer the question, what I felt was the biggest difference is, and I learned the hard way, which was on a truck, you've got to brake, and then when you pitch it sideways, you've got to get on the gas and get those wheels turning. That's the biggest thing. As we look at the podium, some happy boys. Brad Lovell's got the most amazing podium shake of champagne. It looks the same every time.
He's a little kid.
He's an overgrown kid.
Yeah.
But
his kids are in attendance too. Usually run around the pits, but they'll be pros at it by then.
When you get a truck sideways, you can't come in deep
and lean
like on a dirt bike. You can brake slide into a corner and hit a bank and then bounce off. Whereas on these sort of trucks, if you try and brake and get it sideways and you have the wheels locked up, the minute you hook any little bump or anything, it's going to go. So you've got to brake and then start gassing it when you turn it coming in. So you have to almost back everything up and approach it differently and a little sooner. But that's how I learned the hard way.
And one thing I think too also is, and we see it going, I don't care if it's a motocross like Ricky Carmichael going into NASCAR and doing that stuff. The body is able to manipulate a bike and a machine totally different. You're strapped, and it's uncomfortable. To a guy that's had all this freedom and jumping and doing everything. It is, though, isn't it, though? I mean, I remember being
strapped
down.
Head strapped. You only
can't
got arms.
see left and right compared to squat if you've got this.
There's no
You're
mirrors.
strapped in. You can't, and you cannot
you got someone in
manipulate.
your ear, and that was also hard for me. I'm used to riding where it's like me focusing on what I'm doing, and then getting a truck and someone's in your ear the whole time, and it freaked me out the first few laps because I wasn't used to it.
Well, let's take a look back at the Pro 2-wheel drive, a little recap, if you will, of how it went down here. Started out in front, Luke Johnson, Mike Vanden Heuvel, 1 and 2 on that front row. Luke Johnson, pretty fast. Vanden Heuvel, you see him in the red, going underneath Brad Lovell, making a little contact there. Johnson gets on that outside lane, which he thought was quicker, but Vanden Heuvel proved otherwise.
Yeah, Vanden Heuvel goes from third to first, takes the lead. Look a little further in the pack, you can see the battle. This was for about third place, and watch Luke Johnson just clips that Armco on the inside, and that was all it took to end his race.
Yeah, and it was pretty much a runaway for Mike Vanden Heuvel, though we did have several restarts. Eric Ruppel getting into Brad Lovell. That would break his truck. He would have to be pulled off the track. You saw Mitch Dorr, Mark Peterson going at it for that final podium spot, but jumping way down there is Mike Vanden Heuvel. The Flying Dutchman was flying today. The 77 takes his first win. Second place, Brad Lovell. Third, Mark Peterson. There's Brad Lovell with that fantastic champagne spray. As the Ziegler Cat equipment reworking the grounds once again. And it looks like, you know, see those poles on there, those are GPS things. They can actually almost dial in. I want the track to do this and dial it in. It takes care of itself. It knows where and what it's doing. So really, Jeff Nordstrom, I don't even know why. I guess it must be air conditioned in there. I don't know what he's doing inside there. If it can do it all on its own, you know.
It's the cat, not you, Jeff.
Yeah.
Quit taking all the credit.
I'm just kidding about that, though.
He's a good builder. I remember him building motocross tracks for a long time. That's his background.
Yep.
And now doing a fantastic job. You see how much prep work these guys do. And truthfully, it's to make for a great racing track. If it's baked on the inside and just all these ruts and pad on the outside. It starts becoming a little more one line, so they create the opportunity for guys to go make their own lines.
And a great job by all of our cast and crew, the behind-the-scenes people, everyone. You were talking about the impact safety crew, but also the course workers, the people at MSI, the cameramen, everybody been busting their tail in. It's finally cooling down a little bit here in Minnesota, but it has been a very hot day. So we're going to step aside for just a bit. We'll be back. We still have pro four-wheel drives from ERX here in just a bit. The big boys, the bad boys, are about to fire them up.
When it comes to protecting your engine, AMSOIL offers the next level performance truck owners demand. AMSOIL provides 75% more engine protection against horsepower loss and wear than required by a leading industry standard, extending the life of pistons and cams. Give the vehicle you love the above and beyond fortification it deserves. AMSOIL, devoted to protection.
Cooper tires on the ground go round and round, round and round, round and round. Tires on the car are warranty. And what you need, the tires on the car help keep you safe. They grip the road when you hit the brakes.
Your tires matter, so count on Cooper, an American company since 1914.
The tires on the ground go round and round.
TORC, the Off-Road Championship, is brought to you by Vision. From high-speed desert racing in Baja to course carnage, Vision has arrived. And by Maxxis, built for adventure.
I'm looking at that. I'm seeing the Maxxis thing there. And Brian, in our director out there. A lot of, I talk about a lot of people behind the scenes making these things happen. It is a monumental job that everybody from ERX has done to make this track and everything look the way that it does. I think this facility, it's your first time here, but the first time pulling in, I mean, what'd you think? I mean, it's different than the other.
Well, I mean, I think you've heard it from me. I was very impressed. I recall going to Crandon, but I felt like I knew what I was getting into when I went there. So when I went there, I was like, yeah, this is the big house.
Yeah.
And then when I came here, I remember you said, you're a moto guy. I think you'll like this place.
Yeah.
And from the time I drove in, I was like, wow, like this. I hope this is on the series, for many, many, many years to come. And I think a lot of the drivers feel the same way. And like last year, you said was their inaugural, year of racing. And then you come back this year and you've seen the changes. So I didn't see the original part, but just seeing what they've done at a place like this for the fans. Cool. The fans are all above the track on the outside, so they got great views. So if you've never been to watch one of these, I must say, as a racing junkie, the TV and all that does not do it justice.
No,
The
how
sound,
high, how far they fly.
Yeah, just everything. Like if you get close to the fence, you get intimidated. You want to back up because it's like you're like, whoa, this is pretty intense. Like these guys could come flying into me, but.
You're right. But speaking of that, we still have some big names, facilities ahead of us. Crandon one. We've got a second Crandon coming up as always. Bark River. And they're
Redbud.
They're lovely drinks. And that's what I was going to say. And Redbud. Back on the schedule. They were there, about 4 years ago.
I remember.
And now they're back at Redbud. And I haven't been to Redbud out of all the years covering motocross, even
you're lucky.
the Nationals. I didn't physically get to go there. I called the race from a booth. And I've always heard about it. And I know it's an awesome facility, and now I get to see it firsthand.
Yeah, I've seen the motocross track, and I saw where they race the trucks, and it was intense. It's gnarly, and I can't wait to see it this year. Unfortunately, I can't make it. I have a conflict with being at another motocross race.
And motocross keeps getting in the way.
Yeah. Damn dirt bikes.
Yeah, there's Johnny Greaves, excuse me, and there's Ross Hook just behind him. There's Ross trying to get up on top of the podium here. As we look at the first couple of races this year, Ross just outside. He finished 4th at Chicagoland in that second round. Our two winners both have the last name of Greaves. CJ won the first round, Johnny won the second. CJ had a flat in that instance.
Oh, these guys. I must say, I do think it's kind of cool and special when you see CJ and Johnny battling side by side. I agree.
I mean, as a father, I mean, it's your son's doing everything you had hoped, probably. You know, you can say, I can say my son ride motorcycles, and I say I had a dream, you know, that I really love to race motocross, but I don't necessarily want my son. But if they did, I'm okay with that. Johnny, they're living the dream right now. There they are, led by that Toyota of Escondido out in front. TORC, the Off-Road Championship, presented by AMSOIL. The Pro 4-wheel drives are on the track. Lining up, Scott Douglas. You see that AMSOIL truck number 7 on the outside. He'll be starting next to White Lightning, Kip Brasho. Keegan Kincaid, full-timer in the Pro 4-wheel drive in a brand new truck. You see what it takes to make that brand new truck of Keegan Kincaid on the inside of row 2. High horsepower, up to 900 horsepower. Most of these are big blocks now, a lot of torque. Unlike the smaller motors we might have seen turning 10,000 RPMs, they've restricted the RPM, so that means the guys went for the bigger power plants that have more grunt. CJ Greaves, Johnny Greaves back there starting 4th, 5th. Ross Hook on the back row, and there he is out in front. Kent Brasho, the number 8, but Scott Douglas takes it over.
Oh, that was beautiful right there. Freshly groomed track, trucks side by side, roosting through that first turn. Oh, look at this.
Man,
he's that sideways.
Brasho, man, he really initiated early, and now he's going to be in the outside lane there. Scott Douglas, the AMSOIL number 7, is on the inside. Brasho might have made up a little ground right there.
I think that was Kincaid who came in sideways, left sideways, and now
you're right, it is.
It was Kincaid. He came in there, had that truck sideways on the. Oh, look at that! Pro 4 was floating almost all the way to the base of that big jump. You can tell it's getting late in the day. You see the shadows. That's also going to come into effect for these guys. And well, we heard before.
Whoa, that was so close. That was in perpetual endo, and luckily he made that downside, or it would have been a massive cartwheel. Look at this on the inside. He's going to get a good drive at a totally different angle. Scott Douglas in first. Second is Keegan Kincaid. Third is CJ Greaves.
Oh, and what great! Oh, and in the background, Ross Hook turned sideways. Should be able to get out of this. This is going to get interesting, man. Because I'm telling you right now,
Keegan is so fast. How could he go that fast, that close to Scott Douglas?
Douglas is fast. I think Keegan's slightly faster, but don't look over your shoulder because
CJ's there, man.
Yeah. See, well, they can actually look over their shoulder, like physically can't. So don't have your spotter. Yeah, exactly. Don't have the spotter going, CJ's all over you. Just say car behind.
We still have a competition caution, just like the other races. 14 laps after the 7th lap, there will be a comp caution to re-rack and restack the way they will come across in that first half of the race. I like the way that Keegan's doing this here. He's squaring up outside, charging in extra hard. CJ's watching.
Is he going to go around the outside? I'm going to see that happen.
He is. Now let's see how good it is. And CJ's learning. CJ might get him too.
Look, we'll scrub there from Kincaid because he threw it in there hard, just not quite able to get it done.
But look at him here. Watch him here. Oh, he got a big hit. CJ almost hit in there. He had a big hit on that outside lane.
This is awesome to watch. I love this. Trucks with 900 horsepower. We heard Keegan say in his post
push by Douglas, and he took advantage. A brand new truck, the first time in the Pro 4-wheel drive when it's his truck and a manual transmission. And you're seeing CJ Greaves drive around the outside.
Yeah.
The Mutant 33 goes around the outside of Douglas.
How about this? Now this, I feel like, is the 2 youngest, most talented drivers of 1st and 2nd in the series.
And the 2 old men right behind him.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say, you got the kids.
Whoa,
you got
Johnny getting a little squirrely.
Oh yeah, that's what you got to do. Oh, this is exciting.
And you're seeing driving right now. And you see King Kincaid might have been on that outside, but he wants to be inside when he exits that whoop section because there's a massive kicker over there on the right.
Look at these trucks. A lot of air time floating around, using that power to just blast this track apart. But Kincaid said you know, he was almost pleasantly surprised with a third and a second at rounds 1 and 2 with minimal testing and all that. Next spot to go is first place, but to do that, you got to beat CJ Greaves, who is undefeated at this track.
Yes, he won both Pro 2-wheel drives, both forward, and going wide is Keegan. You're not going to do that next lap. I'm just going to tell you right now.
CJ just clipped that corner pedal. Now he's gone to the outside. You see Keegan scrub some speed. How's this going to work out?
CJ's still got to go back to the inside, or he's going to watch kick right here. You know, it just kicks you and sets you up. Look, he's doing something different. He still went to square and go inside. He's jumping farther. Look at that, about 150 feet down that hill. He's underneath. They got to tell him he's underneath.
He's got the bumper there.
And you
That's all you need.
Turn when he's underneath you like that. And Johnny Greaves, Johnny comes out of nowhere, and he might be in second.
I was about to say, where did he come from? So busy focusing on the front two. Dad says, hang on, kids. Let me come through.
The thing is with CJ's truck, it is not the same truck he had last year. They had to cut that front end and change it up because he had one of those smaller displacement, higher twisting trucks that you can't run, or engines that you can't run this year. So they had to set it up, put that big block in and get it ready with a more displacement. And now that geometry and things are different, he's having to dial that truck in where Johnny had that set up last year. He knows what that truck's going to do.
Yeah, exactly. But as you can tell, CJ is not struggling figuring out how to get it to work as we take a little look further back. And
Johnny still may be faster, though. Fastest lap of the race is Johnny Greaves of 49.29, CJ of 49.98. He was 7/10 a lap faster on his fastest lap.
Yeah, no, he is flying right now. So CJ, but Johnny.
CJ's fastest was that last lap, though.
Look at these guys. See with these Pro 4-wheel drives, they can turn in earlier, get the truck more sideways, so they're driving with all 4 wheels, so they can pull the front end. You'll see them counter steering a lot. Because with these trucks, it's not like a Pro 2 where you pretty much steer it a lot of times with the rear end coming around. With these, you steer it with pretty much all 4 wheels.
Johnny and CJ 1 and 2 in points right now. CJ ahead of his dad. They would be tied in points if the race finished this way going into round number 4. Perfect downside for the Mutes at 33. Max's tires injured.
Every time I hear mutant, I just think of turtles, but either way, there's some green in a turtle, there's some green in that truck. And if he wins this, there'll be some green in his pocket as well.
Absolutely, and I'm wondering if something's wrong with Keegan Kincaid, or is he managing that truck? I'd have to say something's not feeling quite right, or Scott Douglas is turning on. I like Johnny back there, still sticking, you know, with that inside line, and he's throwing it in.
You know, you watch these guys and you're like, wow, incredible racing.
And we're halfway through. Man, that first half flew, didn't it? And the fastest lap, lap number 7, CJ now with the quickest, a 49.0 to Johnny's 49.1.
Responding.
1/10 of a second difference, and they're going to start nose to tail. CJ, Johnny, Keegan, 1, 2, and 3. We'll see how this plays out here at TRX Motor Park.
When it comes to protecting your engine, AMSOIL offers the next level performance truck owners demand. AMSOIL provides 75% more engine protection against horsepower loss and wear than required by a leading industry standard, extending the life of pistons and cams. Give the vehicle you love the above and beyond fortification it deserves. AMSOIL, devoted to protection.
Rugged radios. Work, race, play.
Hey, Steve, where you at?
Experience clear communications through headsets or helmet kits.
I'm up on the hill to your right. Oh, there you are.
Talk vehicle to vehicle.
Keep the radio contact going. Copy?
Talk to passengers.
Copy that, I gotcha.
And stream your favorite music. Complete communications for UTVs, base camp, toy haulers, or off-road vehicles. Rugged Radios, the authority in communications.
Breezy afternoon. Things are starting to cool down outside. Minnesota sun starting to set as we get ready for the second half of Pro 4-wheel drives. Team Greaves, the dynamic duo with son ahead of father. CJ in the 33, Johnny in the 22. Does Keegan Kincaid have a little more in the tank? Was he holding back in the first half of this race? It's time to get on it. And you hear what 900 horsepower sounds like out of those two Toyotas.
Yeah, great start there from CJ. But look at this. Are we going to see what we've seen in the previous races where some of the guys come alive in the second half? And look at that. Keegan Kincaid landed at about a 45-degree angle.
Good flopping around on there. No problems right now. You don't want that thing to fly up.
Look at that roost these guys are throwing. It's unbelievable.
And they just, especially in the Pro 4s, they just keep their foot in it. I mean, they're clawing from every which way.
When in doubt, gas it.
And now gassing out. Flying way down there is Johnny Greaves. CJ Greaves out in front. Kate Osborne, you have more?
To talk about, add to what you were saying, Robbie, about CJ changing his setup every run and get it the way that he likes it. He really liked that old front end better than his new front end. He said the difference is that old one had an open diff, where that new one has more of a lock diff, and it's really making him definitely work to be comfortable in that truck, although you can't tell with him out in front.
Ooh, and over-rotating a little bit there, Johnny, and it really set him up well. Johnny's going to have a good run here. But yeah, opener locked. It's a and Johnny has now taken the lead.
Oh my goodness. I was about to say, he looks like he wanted it bad. The minute he saw his son on two wheels, he just absolutely crushed that section.
We heard it earlier that Johnny, or CJ even knows about Johnny. He sees an opening, he's going to go for it. Father or son, it doesn't make a difference.
Yeah, I don't think they'll take each other out. Look at this on the inside.
That was a mistake by Johnny. Big mistake by Johnny. Now somebody is going to have to turn right. Johnny's not backing down. He gets down to the ground early. Remember, Pro 4s. CJ gives him a full truck lane. Look at them side by side.
This is awesome. This is a Christmas card, I'm thinking right now. That was a picture of note right there.
CJ, the better part of Valor, backing down because he was getting closed off. Now Johnny has to take that outside line. Remember, Johnny was quicker in on the inner loop.
Yep. He didn't have a choice there. But he greased that as well. Johnny changing direction just a little bit
CJ
better.
did it. I think. Or is that a game? No, Johnny still holds it on. Look at them side by side, two black trucks. But you see the mutant monster Energy Maxxis tire truck in second. But look at Team Greaves. The 22-33 duo is just checking out almost 4.5 seconds ahead of Keegan Kincaid. Oh, but it makes no difference which Greaves is in front. He doesn't pull away from the other.
No, they don't. You know, it's lovely to watch because they race so hard, but so good at the same time, pretty much clean.
Johnny got a good run, good square up that time. The thing that's crazy though is with Johnny Greaves, you wouldn't think that their attitudes and their approaches are what they are. Johnny is more the aggressor, the wilder one. They'll throw it in there, where CJ, being young, you know, the 20-something has the old man approach, like, I'm going to follow you, I'm going to wait for you to make a mistake, and I'm gone. He don't follow too often, though.
No, I thought of both of them being pretty chill off the track, but when they put the helmet on, it's all out.
Johnny's more aggressive.
Ooh, a little huckabuck there.
And you do that sometime when you get on the brake trying to scrub that speed and you're missing by just a tad.
Well, basically you get airborne when you still have the brakes on. That's what it looked like there, just the front end dropped.
That turn right there is so pivotal. And CJ back there over-rotating a little bit here and there makes a big difference. If you want to try and straight line that chicane as much as you can.
Exactly.
Love hearing those sounds. And again, lower RPMs they're restricted to this year than last year, so they're not twisting tight.
Yeah, I remember Johnny's truck hitting 10,000 RPM. It sounded like a NASCAR engine on steroids. It was just incredible. We see right there, so Johnny getting a little bit more of a kick than CJ. Like you said, might be just trying to lose some speed coming into that turn, because these guys, these trucks, they can overjump everything on this track.
Yeah, we talked about the RPM restriction. Now they're at 8,200 where they were. These guys were turning over 10,000. So that's a big difference, and you have to adjust accordingly the way that you're setting up your transmissions, everything, because you're not twisting those hard as you once were. The weight is more. Keegan Kincaid built his truck, and he built it, thought he would be maybe 150 heavy. He wanted to be in 300, or light. He wanted to be in 300 pounds light. So he's adding weight all over the place to make up that 300 pounds. Heavier skid plates, a battery here or there. Something that can help.
Cheeseburger.
That's how I add the pounds. Hey, things are getting closer. Johnny's in front, but not by as much. CJ's not getting that turn as good as Johnny, but he did set up really well for the outside lane.
I'm not sure if he was prepared for that, but it just happened, and he had to do it. Dan went to the inside. So a little switcheroo.
He needs to be in that inside, though, don't you think? It looks like right now that inside is quicker, and he only has one more chance to take that inside line or outside line and make the move. Johnny Greaves, CJ Greaves, 1 and 2. Maxxis tires, Method race wheels, Monster Energy. Forest County, Potawatomi. Potawatomis are cheering on both of their homeboys here. We'll see them in Crandon as well.
This is pretty much the last chance for CJ to try and make a move. He's got to absolutely crush the section.
Johnny goes outside this time. I cannot believe it.
What's going to happen?
It's been quicker. CJ's going to be on the inside. Coming into the last turn. I think that was a massive, massive mistake by Johnny Greaves. CJ goes to the inside, and it takes him to the win. CJ Greaves ahead of Johnny Greaves. The old man made a mistake on that last lap. He went where the truck took him, and he still should have forced the issue and made it go to that inside. I cannot believe it. That's one of the only mistakes I've seen out of Johnny Greaves, but CJ was there to capitalize, and we'll talk to both of them when we return.
When it comes to protecting your engine, AMSOIL offers the next level performance truck owners demand. AMSOIL provides 75% more engine protection against horsepower loss and wear than required by a leading industry standard, extending the life of pistons and cams. Give the vehicle you love the above and beyond fortification it deserves. AMSOIL, devoted to protection.
Cooper tires on the ground go round and round, round and round, round and round. Tires on the car are warranty. And what you need, the tires on the car help keep you safe. They grip the road when you hit the brakes.
Your tires matter. So count on Cooper, an American company since 1914.
The tires on the ground go round and round.
TORC, the Off-Road Championship, is brought to you by AMSOIL, devoted to protection, and by Cooper Tires. We make tires for people, not just cars.
As the fans just witnessed at a great Pro 4-wheel drive race, they're about to head back to the house and get ready for round number 4. But what a Pro 4 finale. We knew it was going to come down to the very end. We didn't know it'd come down to that last straightaway. But CJ Greaves took advantage of a mistake that Johnny made, and he was there to capitalize. How about it for the Golden Boy? He does it. It's okay, CJ. You can hop out.
We said get out. Come on, listen.
Get out.
Now I can come out.
Yes.
Well, that was definitely a championship move. Recognizing when to capitalize on your dad's mistake. How did you know that was the right time to do it?
He made a mistake. I mean, that was all he gave it to me, and there was a bunch of ruts there, and that's how he got by me. I put it up on the bike, and I felt like I was just going to ride it all the way back down the corner. It just stayed up there the whole time, so we were trying not to roll it over, and he got away from me for a little while there, and I had to regroup and try to figure out some new lines and figure out how to get this thing to rotate the way I like it to, and made a few adjustments at the halfway, and it seemed to pay off. So I can't thank all the guys, Devin and Brad, and my mom and dad, and my sister and my girlfriend, and everyone that comes out here, Rick and Pat and Mike and everyone that puts a hand on this thing. We really appreciate it. All the guys from Monster Energy, Mutant, Maxxis Tires, Method Race Wheels, Fox Shocks, Toyota Engines. I think these things are the most bad screaming thing out here. So appreciate it, and we'll go at it again tomorrow.
Another win for CJ Greaves, and interestingly enough, he did also mention the sun was a challenging issue here during that race as well.
Thanks, Kate, late in the day, but no problem. The son of Johnny Greaves taking the win. 33 ahead of the 22, but either way, that Greaves duo pretty unstoppable today in Pro 4-wheel drive. Keegan Kincaid, some 19 seconds arrears in third place. Scott Douglas, Hook, and Brasho round out the field. But Johnny Greaves was fast. He made a pass on his son, but made that one decision to take that outside lane. He might want to do over. Let's send it back down to Kate Osborne, who's with Johnny Greaves.
Yeah, it was just one decision that definitely flubbed that race up for you. But he did give it to you. He said you were quick. What did you have on him in your opinion?
You know, it was just one of those tracks where if you made one mistake, you know, in practice we were like 4/100ths of a second apart. So whoever made a mistake, you know, the other one was going to capitalize, and that's kind of how I got him back there. He went up on the bike a little bit. There was a big hole, and it's like I was trying so hard to protect that last lap. I should have just ran it in like I usually do, pitched it sideways, but you do everything a little bit different timing, and it screws you up on the exit, and it bit me, and, you know, what do you do? I'll go back after him tomorrow, but can't say enough for this crew, this team, Monster Energy, Toyota Maxxis, Fox Shocks, Method Wheels, Forest County Potawatomi people, everybody. You know, I hope it was a good show because it was pretty fun to watch where I was sitting.
All right, this is definitely one of those tracks where it's easy to make a mistake. Johnny Greaves seeing that here tonight.
Great run by Johnny, and he talked about how they were 4/100ths apart. Look, now they're tied at the top of the championship point standings. But also, fastest lap of the race, how they were 4/100ths apart. In this race, CJ's fastest lap of the entire race was the last lap. And it was less than 2/100ths quicker than Johnny's fastest lap. So it got even tighter as the day went on, but CJ prevailed in this one. Let's go back down to Kate Osborne.
Well, Keegan Kincaid, it turned out a bit of a different race for him, although third, it wasn't exactly how you wanted it to be a third. You said your arms are tired. Why?
Oh, man, it was brutal. And we were running good at the beginning, and power steering started to go and lost front brakes, and engine was running hot. I don't know. I had everything going wrong for me, so I was just struggling the whole day trying to just keep this, you know, Vision wheel, Cooper tire truck up on the boxes. It's pretty good for the day that we just had there. I mean, I was struggling. I'm gonna need to rest my arms or get in the weight room, I guess, after this. But man, it was a struggle, and hopefully we get this thing fixed for tomorrow and battle with these guys a little more.
You can tell it's definitely tired. He's breathing hard, though. Keegan Kincaid, third here in Pro 4.
Yeah, that's a heck of a wrestling job. If you lose power steering in these things, it's harder than turning an old-style truck or something that didn't ever have power steering. It, like, fights you. It's on, off, on,
yeah,
on.
yeah.
It's
because all
like
the pressure.
wrestling. Yeah, wrestling a bear. GL, we talked about how tight, you know, Johnny and CJ were, but when CJ comes back, literally the fastest lap of the race is his last lap of the race. He made it count. You know, he didn't just have it handed to him. He had to be in a situation to take advantage, because if he was all locked in and going, I'm going outside because he's went inside every time, if you're ready to do that, he wouldn't have made that pass. He would have been follow the leader.
It was one of those things. It's like we say, it's a split-second decision. You know, what do? Do you go left or right? And then, like, Johnny went there, and we saw CJ set up real well. And right when that happened, it was one of those things we like, what? How's this going to turn out? So, you know, obviously for Johnny, he's not devastated to lose to his kid, but that was great racing. I mean, like he said, you know, did you guys enjoy it as much as we did? And it's like, yeah, we did. We loved it. We had fun. I enjoyed it.
Does it qualify for the Vision Wheels Bad Mofo Award too? Does that come from here? I mean, who's going to take that one? Someone's going to get some extra spending cash. They've already taken the wallet from me, so I don't have $250 in front of me. It's about to be in somebody
else's. Well, that's because you're not a bad mofo.
Yeah.
They knew it wasn't going to be used. They gave it to someone else.
This is true.
I'm still going to stick with
your Carlson.
Yeah, I'm trying to look. I've got like 3 names written down, but I'm still going to stick with Carlson.
Okay.
I think CJ would, you know, also be one in there.
We saw a couple of Vision Wheels Bad Mofos in this one. Let's take a look again at the Pro 4-wheel drive and how it went down. Kincaid before he had his power steering issues. Out in front, you see Scott Douglas, Kent Brasho. He dropped back. Douglas didn't stay up there for long because Keegan Kincaid in that number 2 truck, he was flying, but that was our that was a high pucker moment for Scott Douglas.
Yeah, and then you see Keegan goes around the long way around, gets that truck rotated, still leading, but then comes under pressure from CJ. Then he's going to get tag team with Johnny as well. And then this was it. See there, right there, little mistake that opened the door. Johnny was able to get in side by side. These guys went at it, father and son, back and forth, back and forth.
There we're seeing again Keegan going through. We're seeing that split section, which was faster. For the most part, it was the inside line. But you had to be in position to take that outside. If you hit it straight and hit it hard enough, you might make a difference. But CJ Greaves was the quickest there and takes his second victory of 2017. A lot of two-time winners now in just the third round.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a real shock to see, you know, the 3 guys on the podium that were. It's just you never know which order it's going to be in, you know. I think when Keegan gets, you know, those little issues sorted out, you know, maybe round 4. I mean, he had the pace in the beginning. We saw it. He raced up there and then kind of, you know,
if you lose your power steering, that tells you why he drops back.
He
or
lost
fighting it.
He said he lost several things. So with that said, it was still a great drive.
Might have been a belt issue or something like that to start losing all this.
It's going to be like
he's strong, but yeah, he's not that strong. You're going to be fighting that thing for that long. Yeah, good run by him, and Johnny, we can go rib him out in the pits here in just a minute. Scott Douglas gets to regroup, and he's again just not having his best year. Another finish outside the top 3 for him. What's going to have to change for him and his prospect? We're going to have to talk to him and see what is it that's just not going right for Scott Douglas.
I agree with you. Scott Douglas is usually always in the battle. Like, based on what happened today, at worst, he should have been 3rd. He should have been like a close 3rd to the Greaves.
And he was less than a second behind Keegan Kincaid, but not up in that front mix for very long.
But Keegan was 20 seconds off with all those issues.
Yeah,
so
right.
That's what I'm coming back to,
true.
saying Scott Douglas should be closer to the front than this. So, you know, maybe it's set up. I mean, we talked about it. Round 1 and 2 was totally different to come into this track.
A short course.
And I feel like this track may have thrown a few curveballs to people. And even from before, they said there's more clay. They've changed it up. A lot of drivers said they came last year, they did some testing, and now it's different. So I'm sure they got some things to work on. I guarantee you right now, Scott Douglas is having a conversation with his team saying, where do we go from here? Like, this is what I think. Let's make it happen.
And he did lead 2 laps. Keegan Kincaid led a couple of laps as well. CJ led 4, including that last one. Johnny led the most laps with 6. As they prepare and get ready, it's a possibility, too, for those of you still sticking with us here on there. We got to give our Vision Bad Mofo Award, but also they're talking about rain being in our future as well for the next stop. It's here, but that's one thing is we haven't seen how this place handles the water. We know how Bark River does. We know what Crandon does. We do not know what ERX does when it rains.
Good point.
And there's a lot of.
I don't know what I can add to that because I'm going to sit here and say I don't know either.
Yeah, no, I mean it's going to be.
It could be, and it might be torrential rain, so that's going to make it. You know, we might be talking about rain ruts and just washing some topsoil away. That's the thing. If you get it like a flash flood and it takes a lot of that loose dirt off the top, it can change the track dramatically.
Yeah, the unknowns are still unknown, and we'll have to find out at the next round. But round 3 is complete. I'm trying to figure out where Tim's going to send us because I know we got to end this show somehow. We got to give away our Vision Bad Mofo Award. Tim, you with us? Well, he tells us we're not ready on our thing there though. But what do we got? What are we going to do? A raffle? I mean, we need to figure out something here.
A raffle?
Yeah.
Coin flip?
Asking questions. Let me think. Get anything from anybody on this?
Yeah, I got a couple, but like I said, a lot of it was worded the same way. I think it was a lot of motor fans that kind of asked that same sort of question. Look at that setting out there, though.
Somebody wants to know, are we going to ever see Grant Langston in an off-road truck again? Because your first rendition didn't turn out so well.
I'll tell you one thing. I'm not that slow. I'm just not good at keeping the rubber side down, apparently. But I had a blast. So if someone wants me to get in their truck and I don't have to pay for the damage, that's the key. If I have to pay for damage, you'll never see me in a race truck.
So you will not see Grant Langston in a race truck again, even though we are here at beautiful ERX Motor Park and we had beautiful machinery massaging this fine facility.
Ziegler Cat provided us with great equipment out here on site for ERX for this event. The soil contents, ranges from clay to sand to natural terrain dirt. So it's been really great to have multiple machines for different aspects of how we do the dirt out here. It was fantastic. Everything has showed up on time. It's been reliable. They actually gave us a bunch of new equipment, real low hours, everything else. The track is prepped great. The equipment made it fantastic right now. It's in primo condition. It's ready to go, and we really appreciate what Ziegler did for us.
I have a better chance of driving one of those cats around than I do one of these trucks.
And they're very nice.
Yeah, they are. Nice plush suspension seat on them as well.
Oh, yeah, the air ride.
Yeah.
I mean, when I built my tracks as a racer, I had my own property in motocross, supercross tracks, and always used cat equipment.
Whose track is that now?
It actually was Ryan Villapoto's after he bought it from me, and it is now, I think they call it the Nest.
Oh.
And it's owned by the guy that basically owns Planet Fitness. So.
Gotcha. The Nest.
See the inside of the track there, if you're looking on screen, anyone, see how it's got that different look. It's got that shiny glazed. We usually call it blue groove because eventually it'll turn blue from all the rubber, that'll
lay down on it.
lay down. But look on the outside. I mean, it's just rocks and shrapnel.
Nice, fluffy, powdery. And they're throwing the water in there to
they
get
want
it
to
worked
keep that
in.
there, yeah.
All right, the big question is not who would win the Pro Stock or Mod UTVs or Pro Light or Pro 2 or Pro 4. Who would win the Vision Wheels Bad Mofo Award? And we are about to find out. Let's send it down to Tiffany Stone. Who's it going to be, Tiffany?
Thanks, guys. I am here with a very, very special guest, Trucker Dave. First of all, where does Trucker Dave come from?
Well, it's kind of a quick story. I drive truck for a bunch of race teams and everything, so kind of everybody here in the industry kind of knows me as a Trucker Dave, so I guess it's pretty easy.
Well, Trucker Dave, you are here to present the Vision Wheel Bad Mofo Award. This has got to be an amazing, amazing deal. What exactly is the Bad Mofo Award?
So the Bad Mofo Award is a wallet, custom-made wallet for each race that is filled with $250 for, let's say, the best action, the best rollover, the best pass, things like that. And at the end of the year, the guys with the most bad mofos gets literally a suitcase full of money.
That's pretty amazing. What are they going to get today? They're going to take home this wallet, and what's inside? How much is inside?
There is $250 in this custom-made wallet.
Well, that's amazing. I know you have a few contenders. Who do we have today?
Well, I'd have to say CJ on the last race for, coming back on the last lap. Mike for coming out of basically retirement and doing so well, third to first in the first lap. But I've got to say the winner for me was Kyle. So in the pro lights, I mean, that was just such an amazing comeback on taking the lead back and winning the race. I mean, for me, that was great.
Well, speak of the gentleman of the hour, Mr. Kyle Kleiman, congratulations to you. You are the Vision Wheel Bad Mofo here at Elk River. How are you feeling right now? What does this award mean to you?
This is actually really awesome for them to do this in the first place. It's pretty cool, and I don't know, it's pretty cool. I guess I was getting a little nutty, and I didn't know it. So thanks, guys.
Well, it seems like you're on a great start. Possibly get some more money later on. Congratulations to Mr. Kyle Kleiman. Thank you so much, Trucker Dave, and back up to you guys.
Thanks, Tiff. And Grant Langston, your record is still perfect. 3 rounds, 3 non-winners.
Well, that's what I said. I'll keep it going. So
you had the right class, the wrong competitor.
Yeah.
Right class, wrong competitor. Kyle Kleiman, he deserved it. He won the race. If it came down to a winner like that, I'm surprised it didn't go to the last lap pass by C.J. Greaves. But, yeah, you thought it was going to be Andrew Carlson. He'll have another chance tomorrow, and he's going to be back tomorrow. Hopefully that truck's straight. I don't know how it can be, but hopefully they can get that truck straight for tomorrow.
There's going to be a few people working through the night tonight. A lot of long hours. There's going to be some red eyes in the morning. Not meaning like flights. I'm just talking like guys beat, tired. But that's what makes the sport cool. You know, everyone rallies together. They do whatever they got to do. And, you know, at the end of the day, for Kyle, I think he deserved it as well. I mean, he drove fantastic. He was smart, smooth, fast, and yeah, you can't argue that point. I just thought Carlson was just
he kept
so
his foot
entertaining
in it.
and home race and the fans. and all the
Never
pressure.
say die. I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. He could have done it, but you're still perfect. You still have not picked a winner. So that's it. It's a wrap. I'm like a dealer in Vegas. Hands, you look nothing here, and I got nothing more for you for round number 3. But we will pick things up tomorrow. It's round number 4. TORC, the Off-Road Championship, presented by AMSOIL. The Twin Cities Takedown Part 2. We'll see you then.